Good evening. Welcome. I'm Gina Louise Shara. I'm the City Council President, and I will be presiding this evening. This meeting and all participating on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. This is a continuation of the public hearing on the FY22 budget in accordance with the charter. The proposed FY2022 budget of the Northampton MA is available for inspection on the City of Northampton website at www.northamptonma.gov. Again, this is a continuation of a hearing. Laura, will you please take the roll?
Councillor Dwight.
Here.
Councillor Foster.
Oh, hold on. Sorry.
Councillor Jarrett.
Hold on. Councillors might not be able to unmute.
Here.
Councillor Labarge.
Here.
Councillor Maori.
Here.
Councillor Nash.
Here.
Councillor Quinlan.
Here.
Councillor Shara.
Here.
And Councillor Thorpe. Not present.
I don't know that he's present yet. Okay. So we've now convened the meeting. We want to thank you all for coming tonight. Those that are here from the city to present and those from the public, we're grateful that you're taking the time to join this meeting this evening. As we did last night, we're going to begin with departmental budget presentations, and then after today's scheduled presentations, we will open up for public testimony. So the first department on the schedule for today is the Department of Public Works, and DPW Director Donna Lascalia. Hold on one sec. Councillor Jarrett, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So as a member of the Pedal People Cooperative, I have a financial interest in the decisions that are made regarding the Locust Street Transfer Center, which the DPW oversees. So I'm not going to participate in this item, but I will come back at the end to ask questions that are unrelated to that issue.
Thank you so much for disclosing that. And now I'd like to welcome Director Lascalia. Thanks for joining us this evening.
Hi, good evening. Thanks so much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak about Public Works operations and our proposed FY22 budget. So the DPW's general fund is organized into 4 different divisions. They are administration and engineering, highway, which includes our streets and fleet maintenance divisions, snow and ice, and forestry, parks, and cemeteries. The scale of our operation is quite significant, and just a few statistics here. Some of our responsibilities that are funded by these budgets are the maintenance of 150 plus miles of paved and unpaved roadways, 85 miles of sidewalk, 38 bridges, more than 30 signal controlled intersections, more than 150 vehicles and pieces of specialized equipment like all of our plows and heavy duty vehicles. We also have more than 10,000 public shade trees, 225 acres of athletic fields and parks, 4 cemeteries, all of which are active burial grounds, with over 20,000 monuments and more than 11 miles of bike paths. So a couple of items of note for within this general fund budget for this year. You will see an increase in highway OOM, specifically the roadway improvements item. And this more accurately reflects the costs associated with purchasing the asphalt and other materials that we use for roadway repairs. Each year we purchase asphalt by the ton. We also purchase stone and hard pack, and we use this material for the year-round repair of potholes, trench cuts that are made in our roadways, sidewalks. We also use hard pack and gravel for the stabilization and maintenance of some of our roads, which are still dirt, or for the repair of shoulders or pull-off areas throughout the city. If a road is in particularly poor condition, we may do a very thin overlay of asphalt just to kind of hold it together until a more formal reconstruction it can be done in later years. But this overlaying action, it can actually save us a lot of time in mobilization costs, meaning we don't have to keep going back and filling the same potholes. and helps us with a faster response time, in other areas of the city. For clarity's sake, while we're in this OOM section of the budget, I just want to add that the street paving and marking item here funds our annual contract for citywide line striping, and that includes crosswalks and all of our roadway markings like double yellow center lines and fog lines. And just to stress the scale of that, the whole process, where we're talking about around 650,000 linear feet of double yellow center lines and fog lines, and several hundred crosswalks as well. The second item of note in our general fund budget for this year is within the Forestry, Parks, and Cemeteries division, and we are looking forward to the restoration of 2 full-time employees there, and that action will return us to FY20 staffing levels. So moving to the enterprise funds, I spoke in pretty significant detail about water and sewer revenue operations and capital projects during the utility rate setting process. I'll recap by saying that we operate and maintain expansive and complex water and sewer and wastewater systems. Our water treatment plant in Williamsburg flows roughly 3 million gallons of water a day to the city through more than 160 miles of water distribution lines and related infrastructure. Our sewer system includes more than 110 miles of sewer lines, 7 pump stations, and a wastewater treatment plant, which is actually undergoing significant renovation right now. We have managed these enterprises very carefully, and for FY22, we are submitting level funded budgets in both the water and sewer enterprises, and utility rates remain unchanged. And I will add that this is despite modeling for and requesting $20.78 million in capital plan spending in water through FY26 and $17.497 million in sewer through FY26. The stormwater enterprise is similarly level funded with no changes, and the solid waste budget has been reduced by more than 15% due to efficiencies with our hours of operation at Locust Street, and also savings from a reduced need for security services there. And finally, and most importantly, I would just like to take this opportunity to call attention to and offer my appreciation for the really remarkable support from all of my fellow department heads over the past 15 months. Obviously a very challenging operating environment, and it has required significant collective effort every single day, 7 days a week, often 24 hours a day. I thank Mayor Narkowitz for his steadfast support of the DPW, and that is reflected in the changes that I described in the general fund. But I would most especially like to publicly acknowledge the men and women of Public Works, who have really gone above and beyond over these past 15 months. In a lot of ways, this has been business as usual for us in an unusual time. Our work is not remote. We have managed projects from 2 miles of paving on North Farms Road to the $11 million reconstruction of the wastewater treatment plant. And that's not certainly to leave out just our daily operations, like providing drinking water and treating wastewater, the maintenance of our roads and our parks and our transfer station operations. So these folks are not able to work remotely, and they have been here every day in every snowstorm. And the city's critical infrastructure and needs have been provided for. And I am very grateful to every single member of this department for their efforts during this time. So I thank you for your time and attention, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you so much, Director LaScalia. Councilor Labarge. Oh, you're muted, Councilor Labarge.
Sorry about that. Dana, I want to thank you very, very much for really giving us a great highlight of the Department of Public Works. And yes, I agree with you. I have to thank all the employees of the Department of Public Works. And again, especially Cindy Quinn for always being there. No matter when you call, she'll call back immediately. Immediately. Sometimes maybe 5 minutes, but she's there. And it's like unbelievable. And a good shout out to Cindy and all the employees who've worked during the COVID-19. I like to know how many employees were actually stricken with the COVID-19 in the Department of Public Works.
So we had upwards of 20 employees who became ill. But in addition to that, we also had the logistical challenges of sort of close contacts and trying to provide uninterrupted services. So there was definitely a ripple effect anytime someone was ill or someone in their family became ill, and we had to often really scramble to make sure we were where we were supposed to be, doing what needed to be done. This was particularly stressful, I'll say, during the winter months, and when we were faced with the snow or ice events. So there was definitely a lot of scrambling that went on, but again, my gratitude to all the employees here for a superb effort.
Exactly. And it must have been very difficult for all the men and women, and definitely the men who were driving these vehicles, the plows and so forth like that, driving them, then being sanitized for somebody else to use them. You had your hands full. The whole department did. And I want to thank you dearly from my heart, okay, of everything that the Department of Public Works has done for our city and our community to the best that you could work under these deplorable conditions. And the COVID-19 has really, really taught every one of us a lesson to be prepared, because you just never know. And another question I have is West Farm Cemetery. Since Alex brought up about another area, West Farm Cemetery, I know we worked very, very tirelessly with working to hire a consultant and so forth. And I have people still asking me, when are they going to go back into West Farm Cemetery? Here we have stones laying down on the ground, cracked and everything. And there's some history in there, very, very valuable history. But to see these stones cracked now, ever since we hired that consultant, they came in and they took the fence down and did a little bit of work in there with some of the stones. I have a dire concern here of the respect for the people who are buried in there. That somehow, are we able to go ahead and restore the stones or not? What's going to happen here?
So there was a very significant effort in our cemeteries to restore all of the priority 1 gravestones that were identified in the report that you referenced. So what we did was we took the recommendations, in Martha Lyon, who is our consultant who wrote those master plans for the cemeteries, and she provided a whole analysis through her subcontractor of all of the gravestones, and ordered them into priority 1, 2, or 3. And so we were able to move through our cemeteries and take all of the priority 1 gravestones and restore those back to good condition. And that was accomplished through a variety of grant funding and some capital funding. And what our intent is is to move back through the cemeteries and work through the priority 2 and 3 stones. And again, we will seek to do that through a combination of grant and capital funding. And that's something that I work with the planning department on. So we do have plans to get this done. But our focus was the priority 1 gravestones first.
Okay, I appreciate that. I have another question. How many vacancies do you have, Donna, in the department right now?
So the way my budget is set up, this was sort of a snapshot in time when the budget was printed. And some folks are paid out of more than one funding source. So the vacancies in the DPW budget can actually appear to be more than they are because some employees appear in multiple divisions, if you will. So the current vacancies are, it can change from when this snapshot was taken, but I'm down probably roughly about 5 positions right now in the union that provides the laborer service. So this would be our equipment operators and our truck drivers. But we have active job postings right now and are sort of working through candidates.
Okay. One more question and that's it for me. I've had some people with concerns about the amount of equipment that's being bought. Can you just talk just quickly about the equipment and the cost of the equipment that has and is being purchased through capital improvements, I would assume?
Sure. So I submitted a very detailed 5-year plan as part of DPW's capital plan, where I itemize all of the equipment that we are seeking to replace over a 5-year period. And we, as I mentioned in my presentation, maintain quite a bit of specialty equipment that does everything from mowing around guardrails to cleaning out catch basins to plowing the snow on Route 66 and sort of everything in between. So I did submit a very, very detailed plan to council, and part of what I do is I write the age of the vehicle next to the piece of equipment so that everyone can see what we're doing and why. An example of one of the pieces of equipment that we are seeking to replace this year and that was ultimately approved by council is for capital funding is a 1998 sidewalk plow tractor. So, this is obviously a very old piece of equipment, and the older the equipment get, the more increased maintenance costs that it has. But it also sort of gets into unreliability. And, when we're talking about snow removal, we need to make sure that we have reliable equipment. So something from 1998 is not the best case scenario for us to be operating. So those details are all included in the spreadsheets that I submitted, but it's rather apparent that we are asking for replacement of equipment that is between 10 and 20 years old, and sometimes even older than that.
I thank you for talking about this because I have told you that I've had people concerned about spending money on equipment and so forth. And I think you did a very good job at that, Donna. And I want to thank you very, very much and all your staff for everything you have been doing with the Department of Public Works and helping keeping our city to the best that you can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
You're welcome.
I just want to interject quickly and say to anyone who's streaming or watching on TV, if you're having trouble getting into the meeting, we were hearing that some people are having trouble with the link, although some of us like me just clicked on it and were able to get in. Try copying and pasting it to get in. That seems to be working for anyone who is not able to get in just by clicking on the link. And also I'm going to ask people to lower their hands until the public testimony part. I need to be able to see council hands, and so if you could wait until we move into that next part of the meeting, that would be appreciated. Thank you so much. Okay, counselors. Counselor Quinlan.
Thank you very much, Council President. And thank you, Director, for being here. I want to echo Councilor Labarge's sentiments about the responsiveness that you and Cindy both have, and again, the gratitude that we have for all of the people that work in the DPW. You know, it's a big city, and I know you're tackling it to the best of your ability. I wanted to ask you a question about the jobs listed in forestry, parks, and cemeteries that are vacancy restored. Do you have people that you had laid off that you're calling back for those? Will there be people that are returning to Northampton to work?
No, those were positions that were vacant at the time that were not full. Full. So, you know, we would need to recruit anew.
Okay, great. And then I had sent you some questions that I wanted to ask you about the paving process and specifically from the planning side of it. You know, I was looking at the highway division budget, and I saw between OM and OOM approximately $380-ish thousand there for various things that look like street projects. One of them you've explained tonight already, but I wanted to kind of understand about is there more money allocated for paving? It seems to me like that's not that much when you talk about just in Ward 1, where I am, the three little streets, you know, those are expensive to do. So I'm wondering where else in this budget would we see money allocated for paving projects?
So the items that you're referring to in OM and OOM, and just to further clarify, so I talked about the road improvements line, which is for the purchase of bulk asphalt that we actually truck. We pay it by the ton, and that's for our pothole repair, as I described. We also have a line item called streets and sidewalk supplies, and I think that you had asked about that, and that actually pays for our street signs. It pays for the posts that the street signs are mounted on. We have quite a problem with vandalism of street signs or damage to street signs. Many of them just kind of walk away. And, you know, these are custom signs that have a cost to them. So that's the primary use of that streets and sidewalk supplies item. The street paving and marking item for $100,000 is for the line striping. That's done by a contractor. They sort of come in and go through the city, you know, in the middle of the night, like over a week in the summer. But you know, so those are sort of our operations expenses. But the big capital projects are funded through the capital plan. Most recently, a $1.5 million bond that was authorized by the council in January. That's also supplemented by state Chapter 90 funds. We get an allocation every year based on our miles of roadway. It's typically about $1 million a year, and that number has held steady with a very little fluctuation, though occasionally we'll get a supplemental, but it's generally about $1 million.
Okay, so that would be together then in that $2.5 million range to do the streets that aren't then taken over by the state, like the North King Street, you know, section is being, that project is no longer a city project, correct? So that, you know, the state's now managing that project. Is that what I understand?
Yeah, that's a TIP project. You know, so the state will often, you know, have jurisdiction over a project like that on a roadway that they have interest in, generally a major corridor. You know, North King Street is actually under state jurisdiction. That's not a city roadway
State
anyway.
highway, yeah. So the plan that we approved, the 1.5 million, and that's what includes the top half of Summer Street and Winter Street and Warfield Place this year. When will you start developing the next plan for, you know, next January's capital improvement presentation?
So what we will do is we need to manage, you know, the current construction that's about to happen. So what we do is we have an outside engineering firm who comes in and surveys all of the city's roads for us. They do 25% of the roadway each year. So every 4 years we have a full survey, and that data comes to us. And what we will do is after this construction season is over, this kind of late fall, we will start to put together what we intend to do for next year, understanding that that is contingent upon available funding. If folks are interested in the data that we are using or what we're looking at or where their street falls, I would encourage them to visit Public Works website, and I'm happy to share the specific link with the council, where we actually have a map of the entire city, and we have each roadway listed in the category of what treatment the pavement needs. So some of the pavement is brand new. We've done quite a bit of paving over the past several years. Some of the roadways have not been touched in many years. So I think it's actually very helpful because it helps residents understand their street in the context of the larger city network, rather than as sort of a discrete geographical location in the city that's not in the context of the bigger picture that we are trying to manage. So that's the data that we look at. And over the winter, we will consider other factors such as pressing utility needs. Winter Street is a really good example of this. We've had 2 catastrophic water main breaks on Winter Street in the last couple of years, and that's something that we have to address. So these are all the factors that go into our decision making, and then the mayor requests that the council authorizes bonding for us so that we can sort of repeat the process. So that's our internal process.
Great. Well, thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it. I know you recently sent me that map of the city so I could see the various conditions, and I appreciate that. And I got a guest here. But outside of that, again, just thank you for being here tonight in your presentation, and I appreciate all your effort.
Okay, thank you, Councilor.
Councilor Maori.
Yeah, hi. I do have to also commend you on your collaboration. I've really enjoyed actually this year on council collaborating with you on Ward 7 issues, and I really appreciate that. And Cindy also has been a rock star, so thanks. I'm glad to hear about the wastewater treatment plan. I remember you bringing that up on our tour, and the visual of that failing isn't pleasant. I remember it was a really big project, so is it a staged project? I mean, it must be being done in small chunks, right? Because it was a lot of, the price tag was pretty high.
Yes, I mean, there's a considerable amount of work that needs to be undertaken to sort of bring our wastewater plant to where it needs to be. We call this $11 million project, kind of the first of those phases. And we are trying to get through some really significant upgrades to our electrical infrastructure there, most notably our emergency power systems, which are not in the best condition. And that's something that's extremely important, given sort of the weather that we have and the potential of losing power. We have to have power to operate that system, those systems at the wastewater plant. So what we expect is that this project, which is an $11 million project, will be ongoing for the next, let's say, year, and then and we've already been underway for quite some time here. And once that is complete, we will already be kind of into the design for the next phase of upgrades, which will be more specific process upgrades, and less for the electrical upgrades, which we're doing right now. So this is a multi-year, multi-step process that we're kind of just getting going on.
Okay. Yeah, I remember that emergency system had this kind of steampunk feeling to it, which wasn't the little engine that still could. I guess, let's see, my other question was about the cold storage facility. I was just curious where that was. And I think that's not in this budget, that was in the previous budget. And, or is that project still on a go?
Yep, so that funding was approved in the capital plan
Yeah.
last year. And so this is a storage facility at both Locust Street and Spring Grove Cemetery. And so we are in the permitting phase of that right now. It is under review by the Commonwealth, by an office of the Commonwealth, prior to us taking city action and looking to the planning board for approval for this. But the project is moving, and we are closing in.
Do you have blueprints yet, or is that after the permit?
No, we do have plans generated, and those are under review right now, as I mentioned, by an office of the state. And they have to approve this project, and then we can submit everything to the planning board.
Okay, thanks. My only remaining question was just curious about how it's going at the transfer station. Are things changing as we move through the pandemic and it starts ebbing? Or it was pretty intense last year?
Yes, I'm very pleased to report that the transfer station is running far more smoothly now than it was at this time last year. We did have some difficulty, which I think was likely due to social distancing requirements and just sort of the overall environment that we were operating in. But I think things are running smoothly. We restriped the parking spaces and tried to enhance traffic flow and give the pedal people kind of their own space where they could more easily unload. And I think that has really helped with kind of the crowdedness. We also did quite a bit of work to lower the recycle bin or the recycle container rather. So it was not quite so high, and we're trying to work through some of our accessibility issues here and eliminate those platforms which aren't the most stable. And to also help our roll-off driver, avoid crowds and potential incident as he swaps out the containers. So I think overall, I'm very pleased with how the transfer station's running.
Yeah, it's a tough space. So is there still an officer there on the weekends?
We have one officer on duty for 4 hours from 9 to 1 on Saturday. And that officer directs traffic at the intersection of the DPW's driveway and Locust Street, just because it's very, very difficult to take a left-hand turn out of there. I mean, even, we live it all day, every day here. But particularly on the weekends with the volume of folks we have running in and out of the transfer station, it's tough. So that's kind of a historical traffic control that we've needed.
Well, thank you so much, Director Lascali.
Thank you.
Councilor Dwight.
Hello, Donna. Thank you. Yeah, and I'll add to my gratitude, express my gratitude for actually your work, not only this year, which obviously was challenging to every department head, but your work overall, your transformation of the DPW has been remarkable. And professionalizing that system has yielded remarkable benefits for the community. Once again, few things that people will actually notice and or ultimately appreciate. But if it counts, I notice. So, and we've already discussed a number of capital projects, but of course we've already approved the funding for that. So, and I appreciate that. But on the OM side, what I'm hearing you say is that there's been and I would imagine this is true of everybody, but there's been a lot playing catch up after COVID response and COVID reaction that obviously no one could anticipate. But do you expect or anticipate any personnel changes or amplifications as a response to projects and systems that have been deferred?
I think that that's a little bit of a tricky question to answer in that we have sort of increasing demands, I think, on every city department. And as and as the facilities under our control sort of grow, Florence Field, Pulaski Park are just kind of off the top of my head examples. We always have to look internally and say, okay, how can we make this better? Or, how do I accomplish more work with the same amount of staff? I tend to not default to, I need more staff. I try to really look at something and study it and then say, okay, what's the best way for me to accomplish more with the same? And it's not more with less, but it's more with the same amount of money I've been spending or the same amount of staff that I have. And I really try to work through that first before going sort of and publicly saying, we need to increase X, Y, or Z. So, I think the dust continues to settle on the last year. I'm confident that with the restoration of the 2 positions in forestry, parks, and cemetery, that will be very beneficial to helping us just sort of keep up with the demands on us for parks and recreation fields. And then I think the next 12 months, will sort of tell the tale of what the continued recovery looks like.
Okay. Well, to be honest, it's more or less than what they're expecting. So, because actually that you've proven that over and over again, you've devoted that type of scrutiny and thoughtfulness in every process. So, I'm not the least bit surprised, but I'm grateful. So, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor.
Councilor Nash.
Thank you, Council President. Director LaScalia, thank you for being here tonight. And first of all, one of the things I want to say is how terrific the new arrangement with you chairing the TPC is working out. I think it's just far more effective doing that way. It clarifies our roles between, us on council and you being a department head. I think that's been really great. And I appreciate the way you've responded to myself and I'm sure other counselors, that it's just been a really effective change. And I want to thank you for that. Let's see, things so the Bridge Street Cemetery fence, it looks terrific. And I know that it was an anonymous donor that came forward with money. Is there any chance the anonymous donor is coming back to help fund phase 2? Have you had any inklings of that?
I do not have any information about that, but we would certainly be eager to get going on phase 2 if that were the case. I actually just got off the phone with Hasty Fence, the owner of Hasty Fence, right before this meeting, and he's that project is complete. The granite pillars were cleaned over the last week. I think they look great. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to take a look at them.
I haven't looked at the pillars yet, but I've been driving by many times, and just it really looks spectacular. So
yeah.
Nice
Overall, a great project, and we are certainly amenable to getting started on phase 2.
Put the word out to the anonymous donor wherever they are that we'd love it if they step forward again. The other thing I wanted to ask about athletic fields. We talked about this a few years ago, where the athletic fields for the city play fields are now all managed organically, and that's still true, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was just going to say that actually ties into the comments that I made to Councilor Dwight, because that is actually an example of sort of greater responsibilities that the DPW has taken on. And we actually took this on several years ago, very early in my tenure here, prior to council passing what they did regarding herbicides and pesticides whenever that was 12, 16 months ago. So DPW had already been engaging in all organic management of our parks and athletic fields. But I will add that there is certainly a level of effort associated with that is far and away more than if we engaged in more conventional management of our fields. Let's say we, hired a contractor to come in and apply, Roundup to things that were growing where we didn't want them to grow, and an insecticide to deal with grub control. So there is, without question, staff time and increased staff that are necessary to, employ organic methods, and there's certainly an increased cost for the materials that we use, but it is something that we transition to, before our hand would have been forced.
Yeah, and I applaud the effort by DPW to get ahead of the curve, on the ordinance that council passed, and basically the ordinance was matching what our DPW was already doing, and it was actually very cool. And I want to report this, that I was talking with a parent about Florence Fields, and they were saying it's as nice as Fenway Park, that it's achieved, that the ball fields out at Florence Field are that nice. And I think the rest of the council knows where I'm going now, which is we have the school department side, who we're also pushing to also, make the same change that DPW made, and just pushing for a friendly, collaborative effort between DPW and the central services to see if we can make that change over at the high school as well. We have the know-how within the city. The results have been terrific, as reported by this parent out at Florence Fields. And so I'm hoping that we can, make the strides just like DPW has already done. So I want to thank you for that.
I think it bears mentioning that I said we have about 225 acres of parks and athletic fields. 4 full-time employees are responsible for their maintenance. So we scramble to cover a lot of ground and do a lot of good work, and those employees and the Forestry Parks and Cemeteries Division in particular provide pretty incredible service to make everything look the way they do. So I just thought I'd mention that since we're talking about it.
Go for it. I thank you for that. So I'm done with my questions, and thank you for being here tonight, and have a great evening.
Thank you.
Other counselors? Counselor Jarrett?
If there's no one else, I'll go ahead. Thank you, Director. I wanted to just say how impressed I've been with your abilities to use the existing infrastructure well. I know before you arrived, there was a push to build an entirely new structure at the Locust Street site for engineering and highway, and you were able to retrofit the existing buildings instead. And I know that you look at every decision from a return on investment perspective. So you've spoken tonight about the capital improvement and equipment and the wastewater treatment plant, but I wondered if you had anything to add about larger infrastructure in the longer term. Like, what do you see ahead that would give us the best return, whether that's more investment or making do with existing infrastructure?
I think, do you have a specific, are you referring to the enterprise funds, or are you referring to our buildings, or what's?
Yeah, I guess I am thinking about the buildings, also the, the water and sewer infrastructure.
I think that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we see a 5-year plan often in the capital improvement, but I imagine you might be thinking even longer term than that. And if you, so I was just curious, if you don't have anything to add, that's fine as well.
I can add, I mean, the enterprise funds are actually good topics of conversation, particularly since I want to note the rate stability that we have been able to provide. And when the mayor recommends no changes in rates, that's actually a pretty significant accomplishment. And that has happened this year, and certainly last. And what I will add to the council and others who are listening is that we have financial models that we have built out here, where we are actually looking at revenues and expenditures within the enterprises out 20 years. And so we have built calculators that show us what the current rates are, that show us what our personnel expenses and our operating expenses are going to do, what our debt schedule looks like, and we build that out for more than a decade, and then sort of back into what we can do for capital spending and look at, is this going to be sufficient, and what do we have to do with rates sort of long term to affect the sort of capital spending that we want to do. And we have master plans, for our water system and for our sewer system. They're sort of like blueprints that say, okay, these are the things you need to pay attention to and when. So, a lot of what we do is not necessarily analysis for tomorrow, but it's analysis for a decade from now. And I'm very confident in the financial models that we have built, so that when we come to you and say, we have level funded this budget and we are still addressing all of our infrastructure needs, that we are not making poor decisions today that will affect us 5 years from now. I can confidently say that. So I just think that in order to maintain that level of forward thinking, it has to continue, and that level of financial modeling needs to continue, particularly and especially in all of our enterprise funds: water, sewer, stormwater, and solid waste as well.
Great, thank you. Yeah, that's very helpful to hear that you're doing that long-term planning. I also have a question around the stormwater fee. So I continue to hear concerns around the stormwater fee, specifically the properties that are charged that do not receive the direct benefit of the stormwater system, or may even contribute to reducing stormwater, such as forest land. Do you think it's appropriate to revisit how this is calculated?
I think that the utility has been in place now, for several years. But what we see around us is many other communities who realize that the requirements of the state as it relates to our MS4 permit, which the city is governed by and which many other municipalities are, require a structure to be put in place where our necessary activities have to be funded. We are required to clean catch basins. We are required to sweep our streets. It's not something that's nice if we do. It's actually like a regulatory requirement. So what I would say is that the utility was put in place by my predecessors, who are very forward thinking. The city is in an excellent position to maintain compliance with our permit, which is sort of how I spend my life, making sure the city is in compliance with a variety of different permits. And we are in a good spot with the utility set up as it is, and the revenue that it generates on an annual basis. I think larger discussions around its structure are larger discussions, but generally this is in place for regulatory purposes, and I think that's the most important thing to stress here. We have rules that we must follow, and those require a funding source.
Right. Yeah, and my question was not that to question the need at all, or the need for us to fund it, but just the way it is calculated, and we can think about this some other time too. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I think those are sort of, the philosophy of that fee structure is certainly a larger conversation. So thank you.
Other counselors? I will add my thanks, first of all, to you, of course, and to all the people of the Public Works. And thank you for making that point in the beginning about how most of the work that you do cannot be done remotely. I think that's a really important thing for people to remember. And I forgive me if I think I said this last year at this meeting, but I bumped into you, Dr. Lascalia, at City Hall. I think it was March 11th, 2020. So just like 2 days before everything shut down. And you had been doing preparation already at that point for probably a few weeks. And I just have always been struck by and remember all of everything that you were thinking about, that all of us who could and did work remotely, and all the kids that were home from school, all the things that the Public Works does for us in our homes that we maybe take for granted or don't even think about, you have to think about, and you had been preparing for and taking into account the idea that perhaps people would be all at home instead of at jobs or at school, and maybe for a few weeks we didn't know, and it ended up, of course, now being this long. So thank you for that. I think that that's something that everyone should really keep in mind, that there are many things that we don't think about that you provide, and you have to provide in the field. You can't do it remotely. So thank you. Kind of piggybacking on Councillor Jarrett's point about your interest in spending money wisely. I just noticed that we budget a great deal for overtime. Could you speak to that a little bit? And is there, if we had more staff, perhaps, would we be able to budget less for that? Or is there maybe another way that, I understand, snow and ice is something that's unpredictable, but in some of the other divisions, is there a way that we could have more coverage and need less overtime?
So every one of our divisions has to have 24-hour response. We have to be available 24 hours for emergencies. So we have a pager system that is implemented, and we have on-call personnel. What you're describing is shift work. So, a second shift or a third shift. The implementation of something like that would actually, while certainly doable, I run 3 shifts in the wintertime. 7 days a week, actually, I run 3 shifts. But what would need to happen is we would have to have more staff. And the reason we would have to have more staff is because you generally don't want an employee working alone, particularly doing the sort of work that we do here. So you would have to have, 2 or 3 employees working simultaneously. And then you would have to, kind of backfill the first shift, because, the middle of the day is when most things happen. So, you would be looking at running 3 shifts, sort of like public safety does, but that definitely requires higher staffing levels. And there's an opportunity cost for work that can be done during the day that can't be done in the middle of the night. Some of you may know, we do like ice, we scrape ice, or we try to clear some roads in the middle of the night, and residents can certainly get upset by that because we're, interrupting their sleep. So, a lot of the work we do is dangerous, and it's loud, and it's not necessarily appropriately done, from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. So it's certainly a philosophical conversation, as many are, where we could look and say, okay, we need to increase our staffing levels, and now we can run 3 shifts, and yes, that would substantially reduce our overtime, but there are other costs associated with that. I'll also add that we're really at the mercy of, disaster sometimes, windstorms. Something breaks at one of our treatment plants. We have a water main break. These are very unpredictable events, and they require large mobilizations. So even if I ran shift work and had 2 or 3 people working, that's actually not sufficient coverage for a water main break, which may require 6 to 10 employees to deal with. So you would still have an overtime cost associated with that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, counselors, any other questions or comments for Director LaScalia? Counselor Dwight.
Just a comment, the process of that the fees that are the stormwater fees, that's actually determined by us. That's our job, and not the director's job. The director has the unfortunate job of enforcing them or applying them, but it's our process, our job for the discussion and the decision about how those fees will be determined, what the formula will be, and what they will be. So just pointing out that to the director, it's not, I mean, since we moved and changed and professionalized departments, the staff are not the ones who determine the fees. That is the elected representatives who have some skin in that game who are responsible for that.
Thank you for reminding us of that. All right, counselors, if there's nothing else for Director LaScalia, we will wish you well, and thank you so much for joining us this evening. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks very much. Take care.
You too. Okay, I see that Chief Casper is already here. Thank you. I want to make that note again to people if they were having trouble getting in the meeting, that try copying and pasting the URL as opposed to clicking, because that seems to be working. I am also going to remind people that we are not allowing people to queue right now for the public testimony, which is the second part of this meeting. We are hearing from the departments first, and then we will move into that part of the meeting. So if you have your hand raised, please lower it, because once we've concluded this part, we will move to that part, but we're not queuing for that at this moment. So thank you for please respecting that and lowering those hands. Chief Casper, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you for having me.
Love to hear about your budget.
I can't wait to tell you about it. Good evening. It's good to be with you all. This year's proposed police budget includes 3 changes. The first is an increase in the personnel services budget as a result of negotiated salary increases for all employees. The second is a slight increase to the part-time animal control officer position. In 2017, we created a part-time ACO position, but have been challenged to fill it with a long-term employee. Our intent is to increase the weekly hours from 17.5 to 20 hours a week. And we believe that this will help attract the right candidate and will help the city in fulfilling the demand for ACO services. And although not impacting the bottom line, the third change to the personnel services budget involves moving funding. So I moved $15,000 from training overtime, leaving $29,984 for that expense. And I moved $10,216 from court overtime, leaving $14,479 for that expense. I added that combined $25,216 to the special police officer line. And we have 8 special police officers. These are per diem officers who fill in when needed. With current staffing shortages, we ask special police officers to work regular patrol shifts. And we anticipate that this need will increase as we move into the FY22 budget. Additionally, we are sometimes able to have new officers complete the field training and evaluation program as specials before they begin the academy instead of after. And this speeds up the process of filling full-time vacant police positions. The OM items remain the same. It can be challenging to predict anticipated expenditures for the OM budget due to the nature of our unpredictable work. In order to inform my FY22 budget, I conducted a 3-year look back. In FY 2018, we used 90% of the budget. In FY 2019, 80%, and in FY 2020, 94.1%. It's notable that our vehicle fleet is aging, and older vehicles will not only be less reliable, but will result in increased maintenance and repair costs. I also monitor fuel prices and rely on the U.S. Energy Information Administration to predict future costs. And their January 2021 report predicted fuel costs increasing about 12% through FY22. Over the past year, we've been listening to local, state, and national discussions on police reform. In the midst of these conversations and considerations of reimagining policing nationwide, there have been calls to cut police budgets across our country and in our local community. I don't know if any of you are considering voting to further defund the Northampton Police Department. If you are, it's critical that you understand the deep impact of last year's 10% cut, as these impacts would be further compounded by continued defunding. The two clearest outcomes from last year's budget cut were the loss of funding for 5 police officer positions and the loss of the entire vehicle budget. However, beyond those immediate losses, the long-term consequences have had a significant and detrimental impact on NPD. The community climate, in combination with employment and security for officers, took its toll on all of our staff. Reflective of the sudden decline in morale, we began to struggle with employee retention. Within weeks of your vote to defund 11 of our officers, that's 27.5% of our patrol staff, submitted employment applications to other police departments. Since that time, 9 officers, or 22.5% of our patrol staff, have resigned, and 3 members have submitted paperwork to retire early. These public servants who resigned did not leave the field of policing, but instead left the city of Northampton and joined police agencies in other communities. They took with them thousands of hours of academy and field training and the invaluable life and work experience gained from the complex and challenging job of policing. It costs the city a minimum of $46,000 to hire and train a single officer. So each time an individual leaves, the city must train a new officer and spend another $46,000. Employees who have left in the last year have taken with them more than $400,000 in training costs that other communities are currently benefiting from. As a result of this employee loss, we are now struggling to meet minimum staffing levels and routinely require people to work overtime to ensure basic staffing. Officers sometimes sign these shifts voluntarily, but if not, people are unexpectedly forced over to work. This further contributes to low morale, burnout, and the loss of trained and experienced officers. An additional outcome of last year's budget cut was the decrease in people applying for police positions with NPD. In the first 6 months of 2020, we received 42 applications for police employment. In the last half of 2020 and after the vote to defund, we received only 20, and thus far in 2021, we have received only 14. As it stands today, out of the 60 full-time police positions that are funded, only 49 officers are available to work shifts. Others are in long-term training, like the academy or the field training program, out injured, or on family medical leave. Typically, on a monthly basis, about 7 of the 60 positions are not available for some of those reasons. In addition to probable continued resignations, we anticipate 5 to 6 employees leaving in FY22 due to retirements. This is a significant number of our patrol group. If we do not plan ahead and have people ready to fill those positions, we will be in an even more critical situation next spring. Shifts will be understaffed and forced overtime will be required to meet minimum staffing levels. This is not sustainable for an extended period of time. These are impacts that are within the department, but there have also been consequences to the community at large. Our shift minimum, or the number of patrol officers on at one time to respond to calls, had to be lowered. Historically, we have always had at least 5 officers available to handle calls. In April of this year, we were forced to drop that number to 5 officers from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., 4 officers from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m., and only 3 officers from 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. That's 3 officers to serve a city of nearly 30,000 people. We reduced staffing during hours with the lowest call volume, although the overnight shift often handles some of the most serious and dangerous calls. On most days through 2020 and early 2021, we've been able to handle our call volume because bars and businesses have been closed and many people remained home and inside for much of the year. As our community reopens, we are unlikely to be able to keep up with calls. We are at a breaking point. We were not an oversized department before the cut to defund, and we are certainly not now. Expecting 3 police officers to serve a city of nearly 30,000 is not reasonable. For us, it means that single officers will be alone on calls, and there may be no one to assist if a situation escalates. For our community members, it means that there may be no one available to respond to their calls for help. Please consider just one impaired operator in our community at 4 a.m. They strike another car and careen into a telephone pole. This is not an uncommon call. 2 victims need medical aid. The road needs to be closed. The impaired driver needs to be arrested. That one call requires more officers than we may have working. And during that collision call, what about the person overdosing who needs Narcan, the person in cardiac arrest who needs CPR, the second vehicle collision on the other side of town? These are the calls where minutes matter. The public safety in this community is my responsibility and yours. And I want to be clear that our response capabilities have diminished over the past year, and we are less able to handle these busy shifts than we were a year ago. Thousands of calls for police service come from community members each year. Witnesses and victims, motorists, and many others in need of immediate help call us every day. In 2020, officers handled over 29,000 calls. Just over 1,000 of those calls involved some of the most serious crimes, including sexual assault, robbery, assault, arson, breaking and entering, and theft. Members of our Detective Bureau conducted 217 investigations in 2020. They had an impressive case clearance rate of 88.5%. Also, as a result of those 29,000 calls, that officers arrested 366 people, charged 61 people with operating under the influence of alcohol or drugs, investigated 811 motor vehicle collisions, completed and investigated 1,334 offense reports and 1,418 additional reports, wrote 1,680 motor vehicle citations and issued untold more verbal warnings, and processed 143 sex offender registrations and 260 license to carry applications. In 2020, we also responded to 27 overdoses where we administered Narcan and sometimes performed CPR, resulting in lives saved. The city of Northampton has one of the best police departments in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It doesn't mean that we don't have room to change, but it does mean that you have exceptional officers working in this city. Our award-winning work serves as a model for other communities. In 2005, Chief Sienkiewicz recognized the importance of ensuring that officers are educated. NPD was then and continues to be one of the only police agencies in the state that requires a minimum of a college degree to be hired as an officer. Today, about 84% of our officers have a minimum of a 4-year college degree. In 2016, we were the first police department in the Commonwealth and only the 55th in the country to join President Obama's White House Police Data Initiative to improve transparency. In 2016, we implemented the Drug Addiction and Recovery Team, or DART program, to support people who are at risk for an opioid overdose and their families. The DART program has since served as a model for surrounding communities and has been adopted and implemented by many. In 2017, we were one of the first agencies in the Commonwealth to have all their staff trained in the National Fair and Impartial Policing Curriculum. In 2017 and 18, we ensured that all of our officers completed mental health first aid training, and around 50% completed the week-long crisis intervention team course. In 2018, we joined the International Association of Chiefs of Police One Mind campaign, illustrating our commitment to best serving people with a mental health diagnosis or those in crisis. In 2019, NPD joined the National Use of Force Data Collection Initiative. Leading the way, NPD joined and began submitting data to help us all better understand how deadly force is being used by police across the country. In 2019, all NPD officers completed Integrating Communications, Assessment, and Tactics training, also known as ICAT. This is a class that focuses on de-escalation strategies. In 2002, the Northampton Police Department was only the 6th agency in the Commonwealth to be accredited by the Massachusetts Police Accreditation Commission, and we've maintained our accreditation status since then. And in early 2021, we were reaccredited for the 7th time. In 2021, the Northampton Police Department, in partnership with the Northwestern District Attorney's Office and C4RJ, implemented a restorative justice program. In 2021, NPD was selected to join the Active Bystandership and Law Enforcement Project, also known as ABLE. 2 of our officers have received the ABLE instructor training offered by Georgetown University Law Center and will bring this valuable curriculum back to the department. And in 2021, NPD was the first municipal police department in Massachusetts to join the 30 by 30 initiative. The initiative provides a framework for steps that police departments can take to improve the representation and experience of women in policing. The ultimate goal is to increase the representation of women and other non-traditional police candidates and newly hired officers to 30% by 2030. Currently, NPD officers are the most diverse we've ever been. I want to highlight that all of these programs, policies, and training courses were implemented after we identified areas of need. We recognized areas of growth, we recognized training needs, service gaps, and we initiated or joined these efforts through our own recognition of the opportunity for growth and development. Our officers are forward-thinking with a focus on community health and safety. Like you, I listened to countless hours of public comment and discussion at City Council and the Northampton Policing Review Commission meetings. I gained new insight into community concerns. I also carefully reviewed the NPRC's final report. The NPRC did not recommend defunding NPD. The NPRC did recommend that the City of Northampton continue to provide a police response to many calls and listed this as an immediate priority. Policing is a necessary and critical city service. When people call for help, they expect and deserve to have highly skilled officers respond promptly. This is not accomplished through a revolving door of new officers who we train and send off to other communities. The only way to achieve this is by supporting and maintaining a workforce of educated, professional, well-trained, and experienced police officers. We know as well as anyone else the strong need for support services for some of our community members. We welcome these additional resources, including rapid mental health crisis response and addiction services. We share in the enthusiasm to see these resources added to our community's response options so that our city has the right specialists ready to assist anyone in need. Right now in this country, policing is in the midst of a reform movement. Many are rethinking how we provide health and safety services to our community members. This process does not have to be adversarial. Supporting quality policing and supporting alternative response services to people in need can and should operate in tandem. The City of Northampton has a police chief and police officers who have a long history of collaboration and leading the way in providing public safety services. Your support of the FY22 budget will help provide stability to our agency and to our officers, and will support the invaluable and critical police services that we provide. It will set us up on a path of being able to move forward together as we explore the future of public health and safety in our community. I thank you all for your time this evening and for your continued work in public service. And of course, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for that, Chief Casper. Counselor. Counselor Nash?
Thank you, Council President. Chief Casper, thank you for those opening remarks. That I get it. It's been a very difficult year for the Northampton Police Department as we've had this very difficult and needed discussion. It's needed to happen, and that around policing and the effects on people of color and the effects on people, who have mental health issues and are homeless, and that I think it's an examination that not only that the police department has needed to have, that we've all needed to have. I too have been like you and the NPD have been listening in to the testimony and have been moved and also and have been shifted in meaningful ways, and that but I get that what the NPD has been through this year, and for policing everywhere, it's been a trying year, and that I will go on record that I support your proposed budget as submitted tonight. And I want to thank the NPD for the way that they've carried themselves through the last year. I want to recognize that, that we've had some major we had a very large protest last June, and many of us attended that, and the NPD, the way they handled that particular event, you probably didn't even notice that they were there. we did notice that the state police showed up and set up a blockade on Gothic Street, which attracted a lot of attention. But the NPD set up quietly, as they've done with other protests, just shut down downtown and allowed the people to show up and express their views, even though they were contrary to the NPD, and kept people safe. There were no arrests from that event. That there was a protest last year at the police station that involved people vandalizing the police department and trying to get into the police department, and that there was some pepper spray used as people were trying to enter the police department, and that not when prior to that, when there was the standoff on the street. Again, no arrests. That for that event, there were no arrests at the time of that particular protest. I understand charges were later levied against somebody who had broken a window. And I also appreciate the way that the NPD stepped in last night in a very thoughtful way at City Hall, keeping everybody safe, including people who are critical of the police department. So I just wanted to put all of that on the table. So some questions, Chief Casper. So when in situations where the NPD are not there, let's say it's a traffic accident, the backup is the state police, right? Would we be calling them in if there were an accident that we couldn't get to? Is that what would happen, or there would just be nobody showing up to take care of the accident?
Our mutual aid partners are the state police and also surrounding communities. Most commonly, it's been the East Hampton Police Department. We're very grateful for them coming over to assist us, as well as Mass State Police. So those are the two most commonly used mutual aid units that come to assist us. But of course, there's a delay in response simply because they're not in our communities typically at the time of the call.
So it's typically East Hampton who's the backup, but it could also be the state police as well.
It's typically one of those two, either one.
And are there fees involved? So if we are calling in East Hampton or the state police, is there some sort of, is there a financial arrangement that if they provide so many hours, they bill the NPD for that? Or is it?
If we call in mutual, I'm sorry, Counselor, if we call in mutual aid events, mutual aid partners for pre-planned events for many, many hours, then they can bill the city. If there's just a call that comes in that we're not able to handle and we call them for aid, there's no billing in that. And we provide that same courtesy to other communities if they were to ask us at no charge.
Okay, thank you. And, but I think by and large, people in Northampton would prefer to have the Northampton police showing up for emergency situations rather than, nothing against the East Hampton police. I'm sure they're a fine force, but I definitely would prefer the Northampton police over state police showing up for emergency events. The question of, that a lot of departments have been talking about how things changed under COVID. Could you speak a little bit to how the NPD, I know, as you noted that some arrests and went down, but were there other things the NPD was working on during the last year related to COVID?
Yeah, I can't say enough about the people in this building and the members of the Northampton Police Department, our sworn officers, our professional staff, and how they responded to COVID and how they all work together to make sure that we still provided our continuity of care with taking care of the community. Obviously, COVID was, Friday on March 13th, when for us, things really all of a sudden changed. We implemented sweeping reforms inside the building on how we were going to handle calls so that victims and witnesses would feel comfortable. And, at that time, we all know we didn't feel comfortable with COVID. We didn't really know a lot about it, and everything was still, it was scary for a lot of people. And our officers, much like Chief Davin noted last night, our sick call outs went to almost nothing. I mean, everyone was in here really vested in just best taking care of each other in the city. So I couldn't be prouder of the way that our department quickly made adjustments to make sure that we could still provide services. And then my individual work, working with city leaders, and I know last night I listened to a lot of the department heads talking about that, but it really just, I never had any doubt in the city leadership of the other department heads, but boy, sitting with them every morning for months in Zoom meetings and doing planning for the city, and just what people were willing to give, above and beyond doesn't really capture what was going on with Director O'Leary and Director LaScalia and Chief Davin and, Dave Pomerantz. There's so many people in the mayor's office and HR, and it was just, there was so much involvement because this impacted so many folks. So I can't say enough about all those other folks. And then here at the police department, the officers making, handing out masks to people, going out into where people are living out on the streets and handing out masks and making sure that people knew where local resources were, bathrooms, hand sanitizing stations, all that kind of stuff. We assisted the health department with doing workplace compliance checks. They didn't have enough staffing at the time, so some of our officers stepped up and were willing to go in and do that. It was not enforcement oriented, it was just education oriented to make sure that people in restaurants and other businesses that were open were complying with the workplace rules. And then also we put a lot of work into, along with many other department leaders, on the reopening plan and getting people back to work and figuring out how people were going to be in their spaces while they could still be safe. So it was just a lot of outside of the box thinking 24/7 for many, many months. I know a lot of you were in similar situations, probably fielding calls and doing what you were doing as counselors. But it was just a test that I think Northampton met that test impressively. And I'm certainly impressed with the members of the Northampton Police Department who did that. And we stayed healthy. We had only a few COVID cases amongst our staff, which is impressive. We were still doing home responses and, going into places as our job requires. Much like Director LaScalia mentioned, we don't have remote jobs. So I couldn't be prouder of the response of the Northampton Police Department and the folks who work here.
Well, I am full of gratitude for all the work the NPD has delivered over the last year. A few more questions. The Northampton Policing Review Commission mentions a needs assessment of emergency response, of community needs. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, we absolutely welcome that. I think that was one of the very clear directives from the NPRC, was having a better understanding of what do we need for police? What's the right number? Of course, we have our opinion, being responders and looking at our call volume, but we welcome outside input, looking at that from folks who understand police response and who understand what's needed on calls. One of the challenges with police calls, and I've said this before, is they're not all lined up in a nice row for us to handle one at a time. They are compounded on top of each other. And that is the challenge, is preparing for those sorts of events. I see it's getting dark outside right now, and it's gonna maybe thunder, and that means wires down, that means roads closed, that means potential car accidents, power losses, all those things. If that happens tonight, I know it's dark outside of my windows, but do we have enough people on to handle whatever will come in? And that's always my concern, is that we are running low on emergency responders.
And one last quick question. How is Officer Knowlton doing in recovering from his injuries with the accident last year? where he got out of the car and actually assisted the individual who ran into him and had a broken leg apparently, and made the call in. And anyway, how is he doing?
Yeah, thanks for asking. He's still recovering, still at home, working with a physical therapist to get his knee back to where it needs to be. So certainly not back at work, and probably won't be for a while, but we keep checking in on him, and we're pleased he's recovering.
Thank you for the update, and thank you for submitting this budget. And I look forward to hearing what my colleagues say. And but thank you for all your work, Chief Casper.
Councilor Labarge. You're muted, Councilor Labarge.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Chief Casper, thank you for being here this evening. I do have some questions for you. What is the total amount of police officers you have in your department?
We are funded for 60, but as of today, we have 59. We have one vacancy.
You're funded for 60 and you have how many right now?
59, 59.
Okay. Now on each shift, first, second, third shift, how many police officers do you need for each one of the shifts?
Well, that's a reasonable question. I mean, this is the challenge, is that we should have 6 on every shift. That's really where we should be. And to properly staff the department, you have to bear in mind that I mentioned in my opening statement that when you have 60 positions like we have now, 7 of those are typically not available. They're either vacant, someone's on family medical leave, someone's injured, like Officer Knowlton, who Councilor Nash mentioned, right? So this is the problem, is if you staff for 65, which is where we were before, you're really only talking about having 58 who are actually available to work. And that's just the nature of the work. You have to be healthy to do this job. You can't have any injury. And we sometimes have people who are out injured, or they get hurt at work. So 65, where we were, was an appropriate number for staffing our city, considering the challenges that we're facing. And I think there's a lot of work to be done in areas that we have really not been able to get into. Right now, we're doing very one-dimensional policing. We are patrol responders, and detectives are investigators. But we've lost our community services bureau. We've lost our community services sergeant. So that work that's really critical that needs to be done, that's the relationship building and many of the things that you've heard folks talk about. We've lost that ability. We are scraping by dealing with just the call volume that we have. And we have not been able to work in some of those other critical areas.
Okay, and another question I have, would you know, because you did say that you were watching some of the meetings that we had, the police commission down the line by Zooming, that us counselors have thrown our support behind the recommendation of the Police and Review Commission's report of placing a community care. And how do you feel about that? I know once before I asked you during a budget hearing how you felt about having social workers working in your department. How do you feel about a community care being involved? And tonight I did hear you say that it's very important for all of us to feel safe and to be able to work together. And I agree with that 100%. I think those words are very, very valuable. And no matter if we do come in and put in place a community care, which is in our budget, I support it 100%, and many, many people in this city. I want your feelings toward that. How do you feel about that being placed?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very open to seeing what that looks like. I think just talking about a Department of Community Care without discussions of the legality, the logistics, the location, the communication, all those things, there's a lot of unknowns right now. Generally speaking, I would love, as I've said, and I said before NPRC ever formed, I believe that I fully support clinicians working for the city or working in a way where they can handle calls. To me, as you know, in my role and knowing my work the way that I do, it makes sense to have them out of the police department because they're going to be on our radio frequencies. They're going to know our staff. They're going to be right. So, and that's the model that I've seen across the country, from the Cahoots model to what was recommended in Ithaca to all the cities, I believe, that were cited by NPRC are communities that have their mental health emergency responders affiliated with the police department. To me, it makes the most sense because I've already seen what happens when you have not departments, but other agencies working in silos. You have broken down communication and you're not as good at information sharing. We've already done that. And it doesn't work as well as what I would imagine would be a much more seamless process of adding clinicians into the police department. And, you know, if down the line that didn't work and for some reason it should go into another place, I think that would be fine to explore too. But I'm looking at the successful models across the country, and what I'm seeing are clinical responders that are paired with the police department. They don't have to be in police cars with officers or anything else. They can be their own responders, but they sit at our shift changes and someone can pass on, oh, last night I went to this person's house. I'm a little bit worried about him. Do you want to go check on him? Much easier information flow rather than have someone in some other place, you know, with different policies and different practices that we don't know as well. So that's how I feel about it. I think it's a great idea. I would love to see clinicians responding yesterday out of the police department, but I understand that that may go in a different direction in our city. So
Right. Plus the fact is, even if it did go and it's an entity by itself, as the police chief, I think that your knowledge would be very helpful and be part of that, whatever that entity is going to be. If it's going to have a separate call or whatever, they're going to work, hopefully, with the police department, take care of the calls that relieve your police officers on the duties that is very important here, which we're talking about car accidents or whatever, burglaries right down the line. I have to say, I did a tremendous amount of research on Cahoots, and I said that at City Council. They are fantastic. And I really wish that we could bring them into our city and help start initiating this community care. I think they're so knowledgeable, experienced, and you've just talked about it. They're amazing. I want to thank you, Chief, for being here tonight. And thank you about explaining the whole situation with the police department, the safety issues right down the line. Thank you.
Councilor Labarge. Other councilors, Councilor Quinlan, then Councilor Dwight.
Thank you very much. Chief, thank you so much for being here and for your message. There's a couple things I hadn't really thought out what I was going to say too far in advance here. But you know, I've spent a lot of time as a member of the NPRC and a member of this council, really learning this year about the responsibilities that you've just detailed in your message. Thinking about the message that you just gave us, and you know, thinking about the fact that the Northampton Police Department, in spite of a budget cut and reduction in number of officers employed, still serve the city so well. And so I've been thinking about those responsibilities, and that's really, I feel like that's what I've learned the most about this year. And so I kind of, you know, recognize also what you said. Again, I'm rambling a little bit here, but about the standards that this community has kind of put on the police department, and how through Chief Sienkiewicz and through yourself in your term, you've really met so many of them head on, and really kind of you know, been the model police department that you indicated. And so I was pleased that was part of your message, because I think that's important to kind of comprehend here. And then, you know, that you use the terms health and safety together a couple of different times. I happened to attend a college graduation on the weekend where the guest speaker was talking about health and safety, and how so often in our society, we pit them against each other, right? And I feel like the last thing when you were talking about kind of cooperation and what you just said to Councilor Labarge, and I think what Councilor Labarge was getting at was, you know, even if this is not a department that is necessarily housed with the Northampton Police Department, you know, as we do, I think we're going to be counting on you know, the police department to you know, for a certain level of cooperation. So I appreciated your message so much. I did have a question for you. You mentioned that you were listening last night. So, you know, you did hear we talked a little bit with Chief Davin about recruiting. And specifically, he talked a little bit about an intern that they took from Smith Vocational. And I wondered if you could talk a little bit about the Northampton Police Department's involvement with Smith Voc. And then, you know, also, you mentioned 84% of the officers have a 4-year degree or greater. So obviously, high school graduate at Smith Vocational from the CJ program isn't going to be qualified for Northampton Police Department at that time. But do you see that as a training opportunity or a potential recruiting opportunity?
Thank you for that question. I love that Smith Voc has this program. Smith Voc is a school that I love that we have here in our city. I know we have many graduates here on the department, so there's a close connection and strong ties to Smith Vocational. The tricky part, and you mentioned it, is that there is a gap in time. So we have high school, and then there's those 2 years where some folks are off getting their 2-year degree, and we can't hire them until they have that 2-year degree. Anything can happen in that time, and there's a lot of competition for great candidates. So that is the concern, is people go off to get their degree, be it a 2-year or a 4-year, and then they've been you know, grabbed up by other folks. That being said, what we know from talking to candidates and talking to people who are applying, although I mentioned very few are applying right now, but those that are applying, the reason they're applying is because they have met one of our members through either at Smith Voc in a classroom, at a presentation, in a college, or maybe at the academy as an instructor. I really think that that's where the best recruiting happens. Is our officers are our best example of why people should come work for NPD. And many times people are in the interviews saying, oh, I was in the academy and Officer Sherrick, he said, apply for NPD, you know, or, you know, Sergeant Robinson was teaching this class and he seemed great. And so we know how recruiting really happens, and recruiting is personal now. It's different than it used to be, where we would open our doors and have hundreds of people come in and apply. It's people who have those direct relationships. So specific to your point, we do have officers go up to Smith Voc. We have a good relationship with the instructors up there. We help them out with, they may do patrol procedures or arrest, or they may be studying a particular topic. And we're always happy to go up and meet their great students. It's a really well-run program up there, and build relationships that way. I think that's the key to good recruiting. So we haven't made a strong touch to Smith Voc, but we're up there. We're up there. But we haven't been able to hire too many who are coming out of that program because it is fairly new as well. And a lot who go in are not always looking for policing. It's not just a police program, it's criminal justice.
Right. Chief Davin mentioned that that, you know, that they took one in dispatch, I think took 2 or 3 people actually as interns as well. Actually, Officer Sherrick was the catcher on my Little League team here in Northampton. So I'm glad you brought him up. And I'm not bringing the picture to the next meeting, Councilor Shara. But yeah, so that's really was the question I had, was about the relationship there, just an understanding. So I appreciate it. And again, you know, understanding that you're anticipating greater responsibility starting July 1st, I'm going to support this budget as well. Thank you.
Councilor Dwight, I believe you were next.
Thank you. Hi, Chief. I haven't seen you in person over a year and a half.
Councilor Dwight, your
I look
headphones
forward
are a
to
little
that.
bit, Councilor Dwight.
You're
Yeah.
wonky.
Yeah, wonky.
Wait a minute.
Sounded a
Here
little
we'll go.
logy. Now we can't hear you at all.
You can't hear me?
Now, yes, now.
Now you can hear me? Oh, great. I apologize for the technology. Anyway, so Chief Casper, it's good to see you again. I haven't seen you in over a year and a half. I really look forward to talking with you again in person. It's been a while. Yeah, so you've identified the elephant that's sitting in, well, hell, it's beyond the room, it's sitting in the middle of the nation right now, obviously. When we last talked, it was in a budget hearing meeting, actually, I think. And I had mentioned that mistakenly, I said that most of the people here who were speaking out against the police were speaking out against the institution of policing, not this department specifically. Well, I've been called out on that and all on that I was perhaps wrong. But the fact is that I will continue to point out that in my almost 40-year experience with the Northampton Police Department, well, and admittedly, I've been here as a cis male white guy. So, but the fact is, it's my work with them and in conjunction with them, it struck me as, well, this has become a dirty word too, because it's supposedly an oxymoron, progressive policing, but Northampton has been a model of progressive policing. It not only led the way. I mean, principally, starting with your predecessor, I recall that Northampton was the first community in the state to initiate harm reduction programming, particularly as it related to needle exchange. That was at the initiation of the police. There's also the chief of police who approached me as a very young counselor, brand new. That was a long time ago, and telling me that we have to take loitering laws off the books because they're unconstitutional. The same department that when after George Bush eliminated community policing funding, made resources available to up-armor every department in the country with Desert Storm paraphernalia. This chief turned that down and instead directed the funding to hazmat response systems, and saying that we're not going to militarize our department with tanks, desert camo, and high capacity weapons. That tradition continues with you. I know that continues with you because I've actually worked alongside of you. In the capacity that I've worked alongside of you, in the interest of full disclosure for folks, is that I have participated in many interviews. I usually look like the person in the room who's on work release, where everyone else is uniformed and no one really quite plays what the hell this guy's doing in there. But the fact is that I've witnessed the challenges that you've had, even after we removed, again, another progressive action to remove ourselves from civil services requirement for application for the department, which is being called for statewide now, but the fact, or reform the civil service. But the reason and concern was to generate and recruit police officers who were local, who had broader experience and weren't necessarily transitioning out of military, for instance. I can only imagine the challenges that existed previous to the murder of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, among others, were difficult at best, are probably amplified 100-fold at this point. This department has been on the receiving end of projections of an unveiled contempt for policing in general, and applying, the anger that's focused on larger communities that have demonstrably had difficulties with their police department, and particularly as it affects BIPOC persons who had suffered at the hands of aggressive and excessive police action that was biased and focused. The trick comes, of course, with the fact that the police are unique, period, in the capacity, in the job culture of this country. Only one job in this country allows the appointed person to, one, arrest and detain, and also have the means to kill if it should come to that. therein lies an automatic and embedded resistance to that. And that's been historic throughout the history of policing, that people's resistance to any group granted that type of authority or that type of power over any individuals comes with concern, fear, resentment, all the other things that go with it. Thus, complicating position of policing that maybe is underappreciated or understood by many people who actually sign up to become officers. I've always had difficult, this has been a push me, pull you thing with me forever. I do believe we need to reimagine how we are policed, but that's on us. It's not on, ultimately the department is a reflection of who we are and what we do and what we want. And insofar as I'm not especially proud of our 10% cut the last time. It was actually a decision that seemed to be developed more out of expedience than actual practical application or reality. You're right. The Policing Review Commission has not recommended, and in fact, it's been emphasized by a couple of commissioners already, not to defund the police, because as we make this transition, as we start to explore what it means, what a community of care department means or what it is, insofar that it's unprecedented, especially in this community, but unprecedented nationally. A peer responder group that is yet to be tried or true, or there's no data that we can refer to. So I think that, and by the way, and I'll say right now, in the interest of avoiding suspense, that I will support your budget, of course. I have difficulty with that. But as we know, this debate and what's going to come later is there is a marked, genuine sense of distress that exists in the community. It's easy to focus it on the police because it said the police have they're the manifestation that's easier to poke at. But point of fact, it's on us. It's on the members of the community. It's also on the people who are being critical as well. There is, and if we are to strive towards, particularly if we're going to strive towards the ambitious goal of trying to address our systemic and intrinsic racism, and it should be pointed out, your department is working on that and acknowledges the potential there for all of us. You're working on a whole lot harder than most of the people who are being critical. So I'm rambling now, and I apologize. But I've always been grateful for the Northampton Police Department's ethos, and for the department people that I've had interactions with. There are some, to be sure, that I've had difficulty with, and that is true of any business or job or any association, and I would say that's true of the council, for that matter, of anybody in any circumstance in any institution. But as I said, of course, that's amplified 1,000-fold by the fact that there is ever present that authority that exists with that badge. So as we continue, and I hope as we continue, I am grateful for your efforts to be receptive to expand and participate in the conversation. I'm also grateful for many of your officers and administrators and everyone up and down the rank and file who are also willing to participate. And I know there's some who are not, but I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for the effort of people who try and create this cultural change here in this tiny town, in this tiny sphere. And I speak as a lame duck. So but the fact is I will commit whatever energies I have that are needed going forward, even when I'm no longer serving. So there's not a single question I'm going to ask you. I've been waiting to say stuff like that to you for a year and a half. So thank you.
Thank you.
Those are quite Counselor Maori.
Pretty shoddy internet, so I hope I'll be able to keep my camera on and stay tuned in. Yeah, thank you for your time tonight, Chief Casper. I'm looking at your budget message. So I'm just curious, so you have, how many vacancies of officers do you have now?
One.
One, I thought was 3. And so does that mean that there's a $46,000 cost to that officer for training? And is that reflected in the budget?
So the training costs typically come out of the salary. So the vacant position that you see, that's where that comes out of. There's a small training cost for like the tuition for the academy, which comes out of our training line. But the bulk of that cost is the salary itself.
Okay, thank you. And so the issue with losing junior or diverse officers who tend to be more diverse, I mean, that's a point of negotiation with the union, correct? Is that something you can negotiate with the union?
No, I believe those are fair labor standards laws about who you can lay off and a member of a union. It's historically the junior people.
And there's no other structure for that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, thank you. Let's see, any other questions? I guess a couple of comments. One is, I respectfully, I guess, disagree with Councillor Dwight. I stand by the 10% cut. It was a pandemic year, where every department was cut except for the health department and fire and rescue. A lot of people were laid off, and it was a hard year. And we had more officers than we didn't have our students coming in, and we did spend hours and hours thoughtfully thinking about that. 9.5-hour meetings. I probably worked 70, 80 hours during that budget season. So I stand by that. I'm sorry that it was you experienced it as painful. And I also just want to say that, the idea of a Department of Community Care is actually precisely to offer different policies and practices. So I understand what you're saying about communication, and I'm all for communication, but the idea would be that they would approach, issues and crises in our community differently. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Murray, were you not done?
Sorry, yes, I just also wanted to say about the cut. I think part of the thing we struggle with, and would be great for in the field of policing to have more of, is metrics, because we don't really, a lot of services that the police offer, there's not always evidence-based data that's driven by it. I know you say we need 5 to 6 officers, but where's the data that is keeping our community safer? I'm not saying it's not there. What I'm saying is that what I think we all struggle with is metrics in policing, and not just assumptions. Now I'm done. Thank you.
I would just answer that. I think the best metric is calls we can't go on. And that's what's coming for us this summer. We've been very lucky in 2020 and 21 that everything has been closed pretty much. But even over the last 2 weekends, we have been absolutely extremely busy. And we don't have enough officers to handle the calls. So as we start to see calls stack up and we start to see delayed response times, that's the metric. It is tricky in the nature of our work to always give clear numbers on everything that everyone wants. And I know it would make things neater, but our job just isn't that neat. But response times, those are neat. And it will be clear as we move through the summer. We will do our best to get to every call, but we will be operating with really low staff numbers.
Right. And I hope that this new Department of Community Care will take some of that work off of your plate.
I see your hand, Councilor Labarge. Are there other councilors first? Councilor Foster.
Hi, thank you for indulging me. My computer's not working, so I'm on my phone. So I hope
You're not the only one. I'm hearing a lot of technical issues. Might be the storm.
I'm in New York tonight. Chief Casper, thank you for coming and presenting your budget, kind of painting the picture that you did. I just had 2 quick questions for you. I just want to confirm as I look at it, I see the equipment, the automobiles line is blank. Does this budget include any vehicle purchase or just repair?
Just repair. There's no vehicles on there.
Okay. And then I'm also reading it. It appears to me as, I just want to make sure I'm having it correct in my head, that it's basically a level services budget to what you had last year. And any of us who have been in a union understand the contractual increases. So it's basically a level service budget, but of course the dollar amount is higher because of contractual increases.
Absolutely. That's accurate. Yep.
Okay. Alrighty. Thank you.
Councillor Jarrett?
Thank you, Chief Casper. Thank you and your department for their service over the past year. I know it has been a especially challenging time. I think that we as a society have tasked police with an increasing number of tasks over the past few decades. And I appreciate your department's dedication to that work that we have tasked you. For me, I don't want you and your department to take the calls for change as a personal attack, but as a necessary shift to bring about the greatest public safety for everyone, to have the right people responding, to support people so they do not have to be policed. And I just had a couple of questions. You talked about the turnover for last year. What is the regular turnover of officers, say, over the past 5 years as compared to last year?
I don't have that stat. I can get it for you, but I don't have it now, and I don't want to give you a number that's inaccurate.
But you're pretty clear that it wasn't 9 in the past years.
It's a lot
Yeah.
more now, and it's unique now because the people leaving are going to other police departments. I mean, we've had people retire or leave on injury or whatever that may be, but we are having young people come in, work here for a very short time, and then go be police officers in surrounding communities, and that is unique.
Right. So if there are reductions in funding in the future for the department, and I know for me, I would like to see not see that happen until there are alternatives in place. But what timeline would help you plan for this? What would be the least cost for the city?
Yeah, I mean, if we were going to cut our staff, which even if you stood up the Department of Community Care that picked up all these calls that we've kind of picked up over the years, I would strongly advocate against cutting because we still have to respond to those serious calls that are coming in. So even cutting our calls from 30,000 to 15,000 does not equate or should not equate to cutting our department by an equivalent number because we still have all those other very serious calls that were going on and all those, you understand that. But if we were, I mean, if we knew out a couple of years out, a year, 2 years, what we were trying to get to, we would rather lose staff through attrition, right? We have retirements that we know will be coming and do come. And it provides employment stability to the new people coming into the job who don't have to live under constant threat of being laid off by the city. And that's where they are now. I mean, I have a new employee who stopped me in the lot this morning, worried that she's not going to be able to afford her rent that she just signed lease on. So that's not reasonable to do for people that we want to come in and have careers with the city. And it's hard to get people who are going to stay in a community and have a 30 or 35-year career there. So to provide that kind of stability, they would need to know that they weren't going to be laid off every July 1st or have that threat looming. And so if we knew what we were looking at in a multiple years plan, that would be helpful.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Councilor Labarge, you had another question, is that right?
Councilor Foster answered one of my questions to Jody Casper, which I appreciate hearing what I heard. And I also want to say that born and raised in the city, from a little girl on, with our families running the Mayflower restaurant, I have always dealt with police coming in and out of our family's restaurant, knowing them, how kind they were, right up until Chief Casper left and Jody came in. All this has happened and the pressure out there, and it's still out there big time, of the death of George Floyd has caused such problems throughout our country. And it's a shame with what has happened to George Floyd. But I have to say, all my life here in the city, I've always respected my police officers, no matter if they were female or men. And Chief Casper, again, I want to thank you for doing what you did this evening, going on the critical parts of what would happen to your department if it had to be cut again. And I am going to support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Labarge. Other councilors? Chief, I also want to thank you for your very detailed message and your willingness to talk about the significant challenges of this year, and also the things that you're very proud of in general, but from this year in particular. You know, we spent a lot of time in the other departments kind of highlighting that work, and so I want to make sure that the Northampton Police Department also gets that recognition for all that you did. As you said, above and beyond doesn't really capture it or cover it. So I won't struggle to find another term, but we really appreciate all the extra work that you put in around the pandemic. And as you noted, like the Department of Public Works, it is not remote work that you do. It had to be in person. So thank you so much for that. I have a couple questions. One, just to sort of reiterate again. So the level funding that we're seeing. So any increase that's seen, because I feel like there's actually been a lot of confusion about this. So I want to make sure that we're really clear about it. Is these are step and COLA increases that are you're contractually obligated to have in the budget, correct? And then the only other thing is what, a 2.5-hour increase on the assistant animal control officer, which also we've been talking about a lot, about a need for Shayla to have more coverage than she currently has, our animal control officer. So so is that right? That's the only, if people see an increase, that is what accounts for that.
That's it. Just like every other department, it's just contractual raises and the 2.5 hours for the part-time ACO.
Okay, thank you. And then I have another question. I noticed that actually there were more responses to motor vehicle collisions this year than there were in 2019, which I thought was really curious. Do you have any idea why that, you know, in my mind, I thought people were in cars less and, you know, people were not commuting. And so I was really surprised that in 2020, there were 811, but the year before in calendar year 2019, there were 511.
That's interesting that you point that out, and I don't know why. We do have two different types of motor vehicle collisions that we track, and I have that on your narrative. One is all collisions that we go to, which is usually the higher number, around 800. And then the lower number is the one that is serious property damage and or injury. So that number has been steadily dropping over the years. If you look in our open data tables, it used to be like roughly like 650 or 700, and it's been going down every year. So then the number that I read to you tonight was all of our motor vehicle accidents, but I included in the narrative to you that lower number of, I think it was like, is it like 367 or something?
366.
Yes. Yeah, I was right there. 366. Because yes, it did drop quite a bit. Drivers were not on the roads as much. There was not as much congestion. So we had less accidents. That was a trend across the country. Although injuries and fatalities actually increased because cars were traveling faster. It's kind of an interesting side note of that nationally, but.
Thank you. That fully explains it. Because if I look in the previous year's budget, that it says 511, but those are the ones that were over $1,000 in damages. Mm-hmm. And in this year's, it says 811 total, but then calls out the 366 for those that had that level of damage. So yep. Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't put that together myself. Any further questions or comments for the chief before we let her go? Okay, seeing none. Chief Casper, we thank you so very much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have good evenings.
You as well. Okay. Counselor Jarrett,
I'd like to ask for a 5-minute recess.
absolutely. We'll be back around 7:41. Thanks.
2, 1.
Okay, welcome back. Thank you for joining us. This is now the public testimony part of this hearing. And we're very grateful that you're taking the time to join us. Again, this meeting and all participating on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. If you wish to provide testimony, please use the raise hand feature. The raise hand feature is at the bottom menu bar under reactions, or it's at the bottom of the participants panel, which opens if you click on participants at the bottom of the screen. If you're calling in by phone, you can try raising your hand by hitting *9. If you're having trouble, you may use the chat feature to send a message to me to ensure equal access. And because of the open meeting law, technical problems such as not being able to raise your hand are the only thing the chat function is used for. We cannot accept testimony or commentary over chat. Private chat or chat only visible on Zoom during a public meeting is antithetical to an open public process, in violation of the council rules for public participation, and violates the spirit and potentially the law of open meeting law. If you want to submit written public testimony, please email it to citycouncil@northamptonma.gov. It'll be sent to all councilors and will be part of the public record for the hearing. I will unmute each raised hand in the order raised to make a comment. Before you begin, please state your name and your city or town for the public record. We ask that you limit your comment to 3 minutes. You're in no way obligated to use the full 3 minutes, but if you do, after 3 minutes, I'll ask you to please finish your sentence. We have a timer. It's often very hard to hear. So if you don't stop, I will let you know that it's gone off. Our rules state that councilors and members of the public shall conduct themselves with civility and respect at all times. Your protected speech is a constitutional right and one that we ask you to wield with consideration and respect for all, and with recognition that the space, this public space that grants you that freedom is equally shared by everyone. Also, according to open meeting law, if someone is disrupting a meeting, they may be removed. As this is a public hearing of the FY22 budget, you may only provide testimony on the FY fiscal year 22 budget. I ask that all but the council turn off their video until called upon, as comments are directed to the council and only the person recognized has the floor. Hearing can also be watched on channel 15 or by streaming on Northampton Open Media's YouTube and other channels or platforms. And the recording of this will be available at Northampton Open Media's video archive channel on YouTube. And I thank them, as always, for providing this service for us. Again, this is a continued hearing from yesterday. So it's like we are just picking up right where we left off. So we ask that those that have not yet spoken be given equal opportunity to provide testimony. So with that, we will get started. And the first hand is WMA. Please state your name and city or town for the record.
Hello, I'm the founder of Western Massachusetts Abolitionist Collective, and my name is Jose Adastra. I live in Northampton with my family of 6. I've been coming since last year. There's a ton of alarming things that have already happened, including a lot of really pro-police rhetoric-filled white guilt monologues that haven't really addressed any of the issues. We're here a year later, and Councillor Dwight, there are projections of a national movement in a local area. No, we're talking about real abuses that I've suffered personally at the hands of the new diverse hires, and real abuses that houseless comrades have suffered since I was a child. We're not projecting anything. And there's more than one of us that have come to say that, and there are court cases to prove it. So I don't really understand how you can look past that. We haven't addressed any of the violent police officers. We told you last year that the union contracts had an integral relationship with state violence. The relationship with the police union is state violence. That's a unique relationship. I heard Marianne Labarge say that COVID taught us a lesson, and I just want to say, now that all the restrictions are being lifted, now that we learned that there's an airborne possibility that for a worldwide pandemic, it taught us a lesson and we lifted all the restrictions. How hypocritical can we get? The city has a long history of city projects displacing people and interrupting their sleep. I'm talking about the roundhouse lot. That's going to be used as an excuse to clear out houseless encampments and to arrest them like they have been. We haven't even been able to cover the more creative aspects of community care because we're hearing all this pro-police rhetoric. Minneapolis tried everything humanly possible to reform the police and it failed. They spent more money than God has, I promise, if there is one. And it didn't work. They ended up kneeling on George Floyd's neck. Okay, that's what happened. Special police officers that have been hired recently are especially aggressive and violent and dismissive of advocates. That's not a solution to the problem. We don't need more police officers and we don't need special ones. The drones work with ICE. They provide information for ICE and they feed information to racists like Robert Powers, Andrew Cole, and special police officers that can use it to target us and arrest us where we're at. Okay, that's what happens. I know. And diversity does not solve the issues of police brutality. The community care department must not run out of the police department. That is one of the most insulting things that I've heard tonight. Okay, it's almost like some people didn't bother to attend the meetings. They didn't bother to look up peer-led peer response crisis. You did. If you don't have the time, you should quit and let someone else be elected that has the time to read all of the work that we're putting in and the resources we're giving you. It's insulting that we have provided you with
That's the
facts
time.
and numbers and that this is what we're getting.
That's the time.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it, settler government.
So I'm going to again reiterate. So this is the same hearing as yesterday. So that means if you spoke yesterday, you spoke in this hearing and other people need to speak before you. So if you spoke yesterday and your hand is up, please put your hand down. Next, it just says abolish MPD.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So hello, at this point, I'm not going to be a thankful citizen for this discussion to be occurring because it doesn't feel like a discussion is actually occurring. It feels very isolating to be at home and speak to an empty void when I guarantee that any change that will unlikely be made will be out of white supremacist ideation. Frankly, I believe you know exactly what you're doing by putting public hearing late at night. You are purposefully preventing your community from speaking out against oppression. Last night, we held an event where we put up a beautiful mural of George Floyd. Do you know what Northampton did? The day after the anniversary of George Floyd's murder, they destroyed the work that we did for a man who was murdered by the very same brutality Northampton police practice on its Black, Indigenous, houseless, and poor citizens. It was so disrespectful and insulting. Last night and this past year has proved to me that Northampton does not give a shit about Black lives, Black liberation, and public safety. I am absolutely appalled by the treatment the police and public services gave us last night. I don't know what it will take for you to realize that Black people are dying and that you are staying silent. Your silence is telling us everything we knew already, that the system only cares for its able, white, cisgender, housed, and middle upper to class citizens. And when there is any resistance to state's violence against any group of people, you use force, abuse, incarceration, institutionalization, and murder to silence our screaming voices. You don't want change, you want peaceful cooperation with systematic oppression, and that will change nothing. Counselors, I hope you understand very clearly that if you do not reject Mayor Narkowitz's proposed FY22 budget to increase the budget for the very same police that have brutalized your citizens for decades, you are racist. And I am calling you out on your racism because sometimes it takes being called one to actually think about what you've been brainwashed to do. We've been sharing our stories for a year now. How is that not enough? The laws the police enforce are anti-Black, anti-houseless, anti-poor, anti-drug, genocidal, and it is racism. Every single police officer, whether they have committed heinous acts or not, wake up, put on this uniform, and choose to participate in a system that has historically brutalized citizens. And when they go home, oftentimes they go home to broken, abusive households where domestic violence against their partners and children are prevalent. So I ask you again, counselors, do Black lives matter to you? And if so, you must reject this proposed budget and fully fund the Department of Community Care. Help us identify, create, and maintain community-based approaches only to social problems that capitalism, the state, and the police has created.
I'm going to ask you to unmute and please state your name and city or town.
Elle, and I'm from Montague.
Thank you. Next is Josh Wallace.
Okay. So my name is Josh Wallace. I'm the president of New England Police Benevolent Association, Local 186. We represent the Northampton patrol officers. I'd like to first thank those counselors who publicly announced their support for the proposed budget tonight. San Francisco, Portland, New York, Minneapolis. These are just a few of the cities that have defunded their police department and now publicly state they regret that decision. All these cities have now asked their respective city councils for more money to hire police officers after they've cut positions and lost others due to low morale. All of these cities have seen massive spikes in crime. Those in support of defunding the police now or in the future, as Councilor Jarrett has alluded to, and the Northampton police budget cannot handle any amount of cuts without losing staffing. We'll try to sell you on a utopian community where crime does not increase. If you believe that, I have oceanfront property in Arizona to sell you. When you learn about criminology or the study of why crime occurs, you learn about the crime triangle. That model states that in order for crime to occur, there must be three factors present: desire, target, and opportunity. Police officers work on the opportunity portion of the triangle as their primary function, but we all know they do so much more than that. Decreasing the size of the police department lessens the ability for those remaining officers to patrol the city and lessen the opportunity for crime to occur. With more opportunity, those with the desire and a target will have a higher opportunity to commit those crimes. Some may argue that police don't prevent crime, but there's actually no study to prove that. And just this year, this department caught a group stealing catalytic converters while doing a property check. This is just one example of how proactive policing is successful and should be the model. In 2017, the New York City Police Department conducted a sociological study following the tragedy involving Eric Garner. NYPD lessened their proactive policing and minor crime summonses at the desire of their community. Prior to the event, crime was on a decreasing path and continued to decrease shortly after the decision to lessen proactive policing. However, after a short time following the decision, crime began to climb and spike to a drastic increase, demonstrating that less policing leads to more crime. I fear that with the COVID effect on crime is what those are asking for defunding our department is utilizing as motivation for their desire. This is a false sense of security. The foot traffic in Northampton has decreased significantly due to COVID and now only started to increase. With that, our crime rate will start to rise. Need for officers will rise. And if positions are lost, then the department will not be able to meet those calls for help. And those calls will come. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge those who are calling for the defunding of the police department, who continue to cite the NPRC final report as a call for defunding. When Booker Bush, a member of the NPRC, already stated in a meeting that the commission did not recommend defunding the police. If we are going to use this model as a future for Northampton, then we must use all of it as a recommendation and work on a collaborative effort amongst all departments to support this community and its needs appropriately. And that does not call for defunding the police department. Our officers are needed. They're wanted, appreciated by the majority of the community. Yep.
That's the timer.
That's okay.
You can
Go ahead.
finish your sentence. Thanks.
Okay. The Northampton Police is recognized as one of the most professional departments in the state, if not the country. We played host to the St. Anthony Police Department, who, following the tragedy of Philando Castile, was looking for a way to connect with their community, and were pointed in the direction of us by the Department of Justice.
Thank you.
Yep.
Next is Mary. Please state your name and city or town.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Mary. I live in Florence and have lived here for 35 years. Lived and paid taxes here. And I called in to support a fully funded police budget. I believe the goals should be improved technology, improved training, and more diversity in our department. And without a fully funded budget, that can't happen. I just want to say a couple of things. These are the first few meetings I've ever come to because I do feel strongly about the police department and as a supporter for it. And I recently went to the NAN website, the Northampton Abolish Now website, and saw the membership list and noticed that many of the members are from out of town. somehow or other, they've seemed to have inserted their voices into our discourse of our city. And so much so that it's hard for, um, it becomes hard for ordinary citizens like myself to even speak at these meetings. And I just want to also talk a little bit about that demonstration that happened last year, in which there was a very angry crowd in front of the police department, and there was plenty of damage done, graffiti, and cruisers were damaged, and that was all at the expense of us, we people who pay taxes here. So I believe in a peaceful assembly and peaceful demonstrations, but they should be peaceful. And I've seen anything but peace in terms of some of these demonstrations that have happened. I recently had the opportunity to see a video of an angry guy confronting a police officer right on Main Street in broad daylight, and the horrendous language spewing was just, it was awful. I can't imagine what people with children walking by or tourists walking by were thinking. The officer eventually just walked away. And I think that respect has to happen on both sides. I would like to see Northampton restored to its former glory. We were here when it was really at its height, and I would love to see that again. I would love to see every storefront occupied. I would love to feel safe walking up and down the street, or having my grandchildren walk up and down the street. So I absolutely fully support fully funding the police department. Thank you. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Next is Hattie Adastra.
Hi, my name is Hattie Adastra. I'm a resident of Northampton. I'd like to start by saying that I agree with Elle from Montague on all of their points, but specifically that this meeting feels like it's purposefully inaccessible. As a mother with 3 young children, 8 o'clock at night is not a time that's accessible, and especially having the public comment section at an undesignated time at the end of the meeting feels like an attempt at silencing opposing voices. I've watched my husband do this work for the past year, and it's been really scary and stressful. And it's very clear to me that they are not the only person claiming that we need immediate change. We've seen amazing presentations from several organizations that run peer-led response networks in Canada and the US. And this proposed budget makes me feel like you're pretending that the last year, and especially the last 500 years, didn't happen. I would like for you to adequately fund the Department of Community Care and cut the NPD by at least 50%. And I also wanted to address the previous comment, and of course, members are coming from out of town. I am a resident of Northampton, but even if I owned a business here or had children in school here or was invested in my community outside my own town at all, I would be showing up to these meetings. I think that it's perfectly reasonable that people who don't reside in Northampton have a voice in this discussion, because living in Northampton is like financially inaccessible for many, many people, and to cut those voices out would be classist and racist. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is David Murphy.
Thank you. My name is David Murphy. I live in Northampton. In 2002, the Northampton Police Department became accredited by the Massachusetts Police Accreditation Commission. At the time, there were only about a half a dozen police departments in Massachusetts that were accredited. Today, only about 100 of the 351 municipalities in Massachusetts have accredited police departments. The Northampton Police Department made the decision to pursue accreditation on their own, not at the request of the city's political leadership. The department itself chose to raise the level of professionalism and their standards. They did this to assist in recruiting the best and brightest young people interested in a career in law enforcement to join the Northampton Police Department. About 10 years later, voters in Northampton approved an override to build a modern police headquarters. It's a state-of-the-art facility with training space and a range for ongoing state-required firearms training. The new building also served as a recruiting tool to attract the most qualified potential applicants to consider joining the Northampton Police Department. As a result, the police department and its eternal efforts to raise the level of professionalism and the voters of Northampton to fund a modern police facility, Northampton has not experienced the kind of issues that have affected major cities across this country. A year ago, this council made a decision to cut the police department budget by 10%. The decision to cut the budget was made with very little notice and without studying the police budget or the implications the cut could have on the operation of the police department. 5 councilors had less than 6 months' time on the council and were voting on their first municipal budget. The contemplated study of the police department was still months away, making the 10% cut a very random number, not based on any particular program or department activity. A year later, let's take a look at the results achieved by the council's budget cut. The city had 3 officers at the police academy at the time the budget was cut. Northampton paid to equip these officers, paid them while they were at the academy. Upon graduation, Northampton had to inform these 3 officers they no longer had jobs in Northampton. Northampton recruited them, paid to train them, and had to cut them loose at graduation. They were, of course, immediately hired by other police departments. The fallout continued over the last year, with 8 additional fully trained Northampton police officers resigning to continue their careers in communities whose political leadership chose to support their police department. In a typical year, the Northampton Police Department handles between 30,000 and 40,000 calls when there's no pandemic. Police arrive at a call, determine the need, and then call for appropriate support. But when the call does involve criminal activity, having an initial response be police is very important. If only 10% of Northampton's police calls are criminal in nature, that's 3,000 to 4,000 times a year you want a police officer quickly. Unfortunately, it's very hard to predict which calls will be dangerous and which calls won't. Northampton is a destination community, so we police far more people than actually live here. In closing, I find it ironic that the City Council routinely inserts itself in union labor disputes, consistently siding with labor. Yet when it comes to the unionized members of the Northampton Police Department, you have no qualms about cutting their budget, terminating their jobs, and creating working conditions that result in Northampton police officers feeling they need to seek employment in other cities. For 20 years, this city tried very hard to attract the best and brightest young people to become Northampton police officers. That effort resulted in a police department that is hardworking and well-respected. And yet this council in 1 year has done its best to undo 20 years of progress. Well done. I appreciate the fact you intend to support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Amy Olson.
Hi, my name is Amy. I live in Northampton. I just want to say that it is so unbelievably offensive on so many levels that the day after the 1-year anniversary of George Floyd's murder, you listen to Jody Casper for 5 minutes and suddenly forget everything over the past year that people have told you about their harmful relationship to police and the harm that police have caused in this community. And on the day that the mural of George Floyd was destroyed. It's so offensive that you talk about logistics of policing and how many calls you're getting when hundreds of people have been murdered this year by police. I also, I agree with everyone who's saying that you should reject this budget and actually listen to the people who have been telling you for the past year to cut the police budget. It's also deeply offensive, this support of police in Northampton to the abolitionist history of Northampton. Sojourner Truth and Frederick Douglass lived here as abolitionists, and now years later, you're supporting the police budget and saying that it's not realistic to cut the police, when what is realistic is just a maintenance of the status quo, is a maintenance of white supremacy in this city. Why can't we think bigger, imagine bigger, and think to the life and life work of Sojourner Truth and Frederick Douglass and their abolitionist history and be inspired by that to take a big step, reject this budget, and defund the police. Thank you.
Thank you. One moment, please. Next is NPD spouse.
Hi. I again do not feel comfortable for my own security giving my name, but I live in Westfield, Mass. Last week, I spoke to you about my experiences as a police spouse and the extremism and hypocrisy that has kept me frightened and anxious for a year now. Yesterday, that trend not only continued, it intensified. I had to once again watch helplessly as there was a second, smaller riot downtown. Protesters gathered and graffitied ACAB, all cops are bad, multiple times on City Hall, and then beat a man who spoke out in a way they didn't like. Luckily, the Northampton police were there to rescue the man from the protesters and restore peace. Afterwards, one of the main leaders of Northampton Abolition Now, Jose Adastra, publicly on record, flagrantly and unapologetically threatened you, counselors, as well as the larger Northampton community, saying, and I quote, "I promise we're going to redirect the tax money, and you should be worried about how we get it because it's a guarantee. You can vote for it, or we're going to take it." Not only have you disrespectfully ignored the voices of the victims in your community who helped NPD, as well as the officers themselves, but you have exclusively listened to and emboldened the most extreme, dangerous minority in the community, a minority of loud voices that have now felt entitled to openly encourage fascism, where they make political demands, and if those demands aren't met democratically, they will be met with force. These voices have also felt they have a right to call a rape victim who spoke at last week's meeting a racist, simply for stating the truth that she was cared for and helped by NPD in her greatest time of need. They have marched down the streets of Northampton with posters saying that the police cannot be quote unquote pinkwashed, a direct attack on Chief Casper's sexual identity as well as that of other officers on the force. For a city that once was held up and respected for its reputation as a safe haven for people regardless of any aspect of their identity, this is a dark day. Attacks are now welcomed on anyone if they serve their community in a profession the minority has decided to generalize and demonize. The vast number of your community members support their police, but they are in fear of retaliation should they come forward with their knowledge and opinions. This is a direct result of the hostile actions and threats from activists. We are afraid to come forward due to fear, but tonight I'd like to take this opportunity to remind you of some facts. Fact, according to the publicly available data on Northampton's use of force in 2019, of all the calls that Northampton police responded to, which is 40,040 calls, only 84 resulted in any kind of use of force, no matter how slight. That is a 0.002% chance of any use of force being used. Fact. From this same data, all racial categories other than white had a 0.0006% likelihood of a use of force encounter. Fact. By the review board's own statistics, mental health calls only accounted for 0.015% of police interactions in 2020. The Department of Care would be a 24/7 fully funded department that only addressed 0.015% of calls coming into the department. No one thinks clinicians responding to certain calls is a bad thing, but defunding an already overburdened police department to make this agency is a dangerous way to implement reform. Those of you who support continuing to defund, will you also accept the burden of conscience and liability due to negligence when one of the peer responders or social workers is injured and there isn't appropriate backup available from the defunded NPD? Will proper accountability for this new department be included in their mandate and all calls that they make to the NPD be tracked and those numbers be made publicly available to determine success?
That is time.
Please know that NPD is here when you want to work together as a community.
Thank you. Next is Dan Kennedy.
Hi, everybody. So thank you for your time tonight. I'll try and keep this as short as possible. I'm really happy to speak to you tonight again. And I want to, like many others, express that I'm excited by the appearance of the Department of Community Care as a line item in the budget. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about the police department. They're not really the focus. The focus that I have is on the future and what the best practices are for community safety. The MPD has worked for many folks, and that's how policing works. Policing is a method of control. It's coercive, it's carceral, it uses force and authority to command rather than understand. And when we look at the outcomes, policing doesn't produce the best results for a community. I just want to be clear also, the MPRC didn't act as a judge and jury for the NPD. We didn't include statements on racial justice, but we also didn't absolve the department. In fact, there are plenty of worrying statistics. So Black and African American people make up roughly 2% of the population in Northampton, account for 7% of motor vehicle citations, and are involved in 14 to 18% of officer use of force incidents. So much higher than the proportional response, or the proportional of the population. And the city's faced multiple lawsuits resulting from police behavior and misconduct, and the city insurers paid out for them. But that's not really the important part. That's not the big question. The question the city, states, and entire countries are asking is, how are communities kept safe? And the answer is by decades of data to divest from policing models and increase community support and safety. In almost every other area, we accept this. Strict policing in education, in mental health and health services, and many other areas recognize the importance of alternate models. Restorative justice programs in schools, non-coercive mental health, and respite care like the soon-to-be world-renowned and WHO recognized Afia House, which is located right here in Northampton. Asking only how to improve the police department or offering services which continue policing models of intervention doesn't serve us. That's not the point. And just to clarify, proposals for co-responders are one option, but even co-responder models aren't ideal. And just to really hammer the point home, Ithaca, which was already been mentioned a couple of times, they're pointedly not even having a police department anymore. So I think that that's important to note. Our recommendations looked at this, took it all into account. We looked at nationwide things, local things, statewide things, and even international solutions. And we came up with the recommendations that we did. Some of them are to include, some of them include reducing the footprint of the police. That's a guiding, overarching idea that we followed, as well as creating a Department of Community Care to start responding to crises with houselessness, substance use, and mental health. But the recommendation was not to stop there or only care for those things, but to start there and then expand. Many of the functions that the police are involved in currently and employ models of policing to treat are better handled by other models of intervention and by other responders. The goal is to reduce the footprint of police and provide more options for community responders that can employ different intervention models, knowledgeably connecting individuals with supports and services, and not only being involved with the crisis, but also offering care afterwards using proven models to reduce the likelihood of future crises. This requires that the department be outside of the police department and fully funded. I recommend that you reject this budget and ask for the funding for the Department of Community Care be increased to allow for flexibility in hiring before July of next year.
Thank you.
Sorry, that was not as short as I thought it would be.
You spoke as quickly as you could, I could tell. Dana, did you speak yesterday?
Yes.
Then can you let others go before you, because we have an obligation to let everyone in a hearing have their time.
Sure.
Thank you. Next is Corrine Olson.
Hi, my name is Corinne. I'm a resident of Florence. I'm also a licensed clinician. I am speaking to support fully funding the Department of Community Care. We've created a narrative of mental health crisis and crisis in general that's really narrow and unfair. If you respond as if there's a crisis, you'll be sure to find one. It becomes almost a self-fulfilling prophecy type of event. If you respond as the Department of Community Care would like to respond, with curiosity and not sure necessarily of the outcome, not predicting the outcome, just asking what somebody needs, the outcome will likely be much different. The captain shared that there's a community need, and what evidence do we have that just hiring more police will meet that need? We have clinicians, we have peers who might, who likely can be more helpful and who have more knowledge of this. We are assuring, we believe that if there's a lack of police response, there will be danger. However, there's no evidence that this is true. Actually, Cahoot's work has shown that when a clinician or a peer responds to a crisis call, it's typically the person who's getting supported that's injured if there is an injury, and the responder is not injured because they're responding thoughtfully and intentionally instead of reactively, as police are trained to respond in certain instances. Calls become dangerous because of the way we respond to them. And if they're handled appropriately, the likelihood that they will escalate will be much lower. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is David Chris.
Hi, my name is David Chris, and I live in Ward 3 in Northampton. I just want to try, I'll keep the time short and brief because I know there's a lot of people who want to speak. I just want to say it's despicable that the George Floyd Memorial was torn down today. Because last summer, many members of this city council made all these statements about striving for a more perfect Northampton and addressing racism and addressing systematic problems in our society right here at the local level. But the fact that this memorial couldn't stay up for more than a day is just disrespectful to the people who did it, disrespectful to George Floyd's life, and disrespectful to the overall commitment people make each and every time they come to these city council meetings. And it makes me question the city council's commitment to actually addressing these problems of racism at a systemic level. It makes me feel like those words are nothing more than just weak-wristed virtue signaling. And I think we all know the answer and what that is. And then when I look at the city of Northampton, I see lots of houseless folks, lots of people struggling to make ends meet, working class people. And the pandemic's been really hard for houseless folks and working class people. People are unemployed. But yet the police get a raise this year. And I know it's union contracts and all this stuff, but they were able to get a cost of a living adjustment. But yet houseless people don't have enough food to eat, don't have shelter, and working class people struggle month to month just to pay their bills. And so overall, I'm just disgusted by this whole process. The fact that there's a sort of real lack of courage from city council to really even, I noticed there was more questions about DPW and everything they wanted to do, but there didn't seem to be a lot of critical engagement with Chief Casper. And I think that's just a negligence of city council's duty. That's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan, did you speak yesterday in this hearing?
Yes, I did speak.
And will you let other people go before you who have not yet spoken?
So is the order, I do argue that this 3-minute official channel is, we're at a crossroads of whether or not these channels will show us that we have democracy.
So Ryan, I'm going to stop you. There are many people who have not yet spoken, who it's a hearing and they have a right to speak.
Right.
So I'm going to let them go before you.
Okay.
Next is Ashwin Ravi Kumar.
Hello, counselors. My name is Ashwin Ravi Kumar, and I live in Amherst, and I spend a lot of time in Northampton. So I'm very angry right now about the mayor's budget, and I'm going to tell you why. And I hope you'll remember that when I address you right now with some disappointment, it's not coming from a place of universal or perpetual condemnation, but hope that we can still do the right thing in this budget cycle. So I want to show you a chart that you've seen before, okay? So this chart shows how police budgets have grown in Northampton, in blue at the top, over the last 30 years. They've grown by 148%, while other budgets for health and human services, public works, and arts and culture have grown at much slower rates. And this basic trend line, this historical trend line over those years that you see here, right? That trend line is inscribed with violence, with murder, with white supremacy, with police militarization. And the mayor's budget, after a 10% cut last year, reverts us to that mean. 1 year after the murder of George Floyd, when you all promised us that we would have significant transformative change, what you are doing, if you are supporting this budget, is ratifying a reversion to this vile and revanchist historical trend that led to the murder of George Floyd, that allowed for the murders of 1,000 people since George Floyd was killed by police, and continues to allow for harm to occur to people here in Northampton. Harm that is well documented by the Northampton Policing Review Commission, that also provided a clear roadmap to shift resources to other places. I want to address a couple counselors individually, and I think it's important to do this publicly. Counselor Dwight, when we spoke in Pulaski Park a few weeks ago, you said to me in language that could have been written by the patron saint of white liberalism, Aaron Sorkin, that your victories are often small, but they are not Pyrrhic. It is hard to imagine a victory more Pyrrhic than reversion from the brink of change to a historic mean of white supremacy, to a mean that allowed for the murders of Floyd, of Breonna Taylor, Daunte Wright, Ma'Khia Bryant, and countless others. Unless the durable victory that you seek, and I don't think it is a white supremacist victory for policing as we know it, unless that is what you want to inscribe your legacy upon, in which case, congratulations, buddy. This is not a real durable victory, and I hope that you will make real change to cement the legacy that you want. Councilors Jarrett and Quinlan, I appreciated your work on the Policing Review Commission, and yet I am hugely disappointed to hear you suggest that this budget is acceptable to you. The commission pointed out clearly what functions can be moved out of policing now. It showed that only 6% of what NPD does is spent on, quote, violent crime, and emphasized through data and testimonials that much of what MP does is unnecessary and harmful and can be cut right now. To miss that central concept after so many months of study would, in any course that I teach, earn a very poor grade indeed, with strong recommendations to come talk to me in office hours. Please go back to the main concepts and act accordingly. Councilor Labarge, I haven't spoken to you as much, so I don't know which of these concepts you have difficulty with. I'd be happy to talk to you more about them, but please do not project difficulty in understanding these into an outward ratification of white supremacy that I have to deal with on a daily basis. Councilors, please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ashlyn Craddock.
Hi, how are y'all doing? My name is Ashlyn Craddock. My pronouns are she, her. I am a member of the City Arts Council, a municipal board that is under the City Council. And as of recently, we stand with defunding the police. A little bit about myself. I am a comedian. I'm a local comedian and artist in Northampton. I live in Ward 3. My family and my ancestry is Cajun Creole from Louisiana. I was born in Jackson, Mississippi, in a state where the flag still has the North Virginia Confederate battle flag, also known as just the Confederate flag, a piece of our racist history in the state flag. And when I first came to this town, I was really looking for a place of acceptance and progression as being a woman who is trans and queer. And the thing that I started to realize is that these problems of racism and homophobia and transphobia and ableism are all so systematically glued into our country. And that once you get to a point, and I know some of y'all mentioned how progressive this town is, but from what I understand is it's always been on a level of wanting to achieve progression, but never has. When I first moved to this town, I was on the same street as Gina Louise in a slum in this town by one of this town's many slumlords. On top of that, I also, within the first week of living here, watched a black man try to cross the street by the crosswalk, nearly getting hit by a white woman in a car who didn't like his attitude while crossing the street, because that's what she was yelling at him. And the police then went to arrest him. I've watched other members of my community, of my LGBT community, get harassed and beaten up by the cops. They are not supportive. This is a town where there's an obvious class and caste system. of marginalized people in this town underneath everything else. Honestly, I think playing off of like the LGBT community and fear, and then having someone like Casper does not represent me, because I'm not seeing the fair treatment that we were supposed to have on the streets. So again,
that is time.
Thank you so much. So the City Arts Council stands with defund, even if the Arts Council itself, the City Council itself does not.
Thank you. Oops, sorry. Apologies for that. I meant to lower that. Okay, next is Alaya.
Hi, my name is Ahalia, and I live in Northampton. There have been a few points made here by people who are for the police department that just don't make sense. There is no connection between punishment and deterring crime. The main thing is to decriminalize and address the fact that a lot of what is known as crime stems from poverty and oppression. I also work with houseless folks in the area. I work with them every day. And I, in the last 2 months, have met at least 3 people who have been rendered homeless by the police impounding their car for minor violations like a tail light that's broken. People who have absolutely no money at this point because they've lost their job because of the pandemic. Not all the violence inflicted by the police is physical in that sense. Not all of it is visible, and it makes me really sad to hear people defending the police, like the NPD spouse who was on here, talking about the old days of glory. It just points to tunnel vision and not being able to see that people feel unsafe and people are unsafe while the police are enacting state oppression on the working class and people who don't have financial, essentially wealth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is fully fund the department.
My name is
State your name and city. Oh, sorry, you were doing that. Go ahead.
My name is Jesse Hassinger, Ward 4. Last year, the government of the settler colonizer city of Northampton, in response to the public outcry against police violence, asked its citizens to volunteer for the Police Review Commission with a special request for it to be BIPOC-led. Not only did they spend 6 months as unpaid volunteers, sacrificing untold hours and precious family time in the middle of the pandemic to reviewing how the NPD does its job, but at the end, they presented a report which was full of data and with a strong recommendation to build a new department that would move certain jobs from the NPD and completely out of the carceral system to be addressed solely by trained peer responders. After listening to council and the mayor speak on the FY22 budget, it seems unequivocally clear that this body of majority white middle-class individuals continues to undervalue, undermine, and ignore the voices of oppressed and minority people in our community, asking again and again that the tasks that the white supremacist institution of the police department do on a daily basis be transferred to the department that is supposedly being assembled as an anti-racist, community-led, non-carceral assistance to our town. This is the only way that we can try to ensure that violence against our community is taken away from the hands of people who on a daily basis are walking around with killing machines on their hips. Listening to the same stories being told over and over again by your constituents for a whole year does not seem to have landed anywhere close to the hearts. I join the dozens of like-minded individuals at this meeting calling for you to reject the mayor's FY22 budget and demand additional funding to the Department of Community Care to at least $882,000, plus a demand to further defund the NPD and transfer those funds as well into the new department. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jasper.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and city or town.
Jasper, I live in Ward 3, Northampton. I'm not gonna say too much because it's been a long day at work. I'm just perplexed and disturbed by the fact that it appears that city councilors have just ignored everything that the Police Review Commission has suggested, and then what people have been coming in talking about as far as needing to allocate funds for the Department of Community Care, and where those funds obviously need to come from, which would be the police department budget. I feel like it's pretty simple to like put two and two together, that if people are saying that they don't feel safe because of the police in this town and that they need alternative resources, and then they give you a solution, which would be to fund the Department of Community Care and defund the police, that you would listen to people's cries for help and do what you're supposed to do as city councilors. And so it's confusing to me. Defunding the police wasn't like a phrase that I'd heard before this year, but it became obviously clear to me that that's what we need to do. As I heard more people's testimonies and just like looked around me. So I hope that you reconsider your previous support of the police budget, and realize that if we're going to fund the community care department and actually offer those services, the money needs to come from somewhere. And it just makes logical sense that the money would come from the place that is currently, quote unquote, offering those services very poorly. So yeah, I hope you reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenna, did you speak yesterday?
Yes, I did.
Okay, then I'm going to ask you to let other people go before you.
Sure.
Thank you. This says fully fund community care. Please state your name, city or town.
Hi, this is Amy Francis. I'm a white woman who owns property and owns a small business in Ward 4, Northampton. For the past year, you all have heard consistently from the community members that we want to defund the Northampton Police and fund a Department of Community Care to respond to wellness checks, including mental health calls, traffic stops, patrol and accidents, and countless other incidents where an armed person is not only unneeded, but may make the situation deadly. The incredible hard work and countless volunteer hours of the Police Commission clearly shows through careful research and analysis that based on the 2019 time spent on calls, the NPD the NPD lists violent crime at 6.7%. There are 7 categories listed: nonviolent crimes, general annoyance, annoying calls, 911 hangups, noise complaints, etc., non-criminal, traffic, animal, medical, violent crime, and miscellaneous. Clearly, the Department of Community Care can take on and uphold our community in a safe, wonderful environment, whereas the NPD cannot. They're stretched thin. The training and amount of work that they have to do is incredibly overwhelming. I don't see why, after all this time, all this research, everything that the community has brought to you in terms of what we are looking for and what would make sense, We are still in the midst of having this discussion. It just should be so clear at this point. We need to have a well-funded Department of Community Care funded with $882,000 in its first year, and to expand this in future years to serve the entirety of our community and put us at the helm with cities that took swift action last year in creating similar programs like Albuquerque, Rochester, Chattanooga, and Ithaca. We need this action now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mark Cody.
Hi, my name is Mark Cody. I'm a resident of Ward 1 for my entire life. I'm a local student and I work downtown. And, you know, I've definitely heard some fear mongering by people who feel that somehow Northampton will stop becoming safe if we even marginally reduce the role of policing in our community. And it's important for me to note that, as said before, only 6% of the cases that the NPD handles are considered violent crime. Interestingly enough, they are the only department, they are one of the few departments that requested additional funds during COVID, while all the rest surrounding them, departments, most of the rest, had major and significant cuts. I think it's important to know that crime is caused by poverty, not a lack of police. I know I personally, even I have faced intimidation twice in the city, once being threatened for campaigning in my own neighborhood, the second for fining me for non-existent lights violations proven by a mechanic, and interestingly enough, I actually had in a traffic court, a magistrate threw out all of those violations because primarily of the fact that our police were unprofessional and didn't actually pull me over with for light violation that wasn't as they stated, and that a mechanic showed was not the case. And then throwing things in my face, the license and registration. And that, in my experience, I imagine, may have been a lot worse if I was not a straight white man. I think that the community care, we need to really fully fund it if we actually want it to serve the purpose it's meant for. The budgets so far of $400,000 would probably cover 3 positions running the office and maybe computers, but would not have much left to actually pay for the social workers to do the outreach work necessary to function as to take on some of these roles. A lot of things that the current MPD handles are not best equipped for them to handle. And that's not necessarily just a reflection of them. That's just the fact that some of these things would be better handled by a professional social worker that can handle these crises that involved with especially mental health issues and people with disabilities. I think that we need to reject this budget and properly provide the real funds of at least $800,000 for the first year of the community care department. I think that that is essential if we are serious about actually providing the service necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Next is Autumn.
Hello, my name is Autumn. I am a resident of Northampton. I am a working class person, a working class queer woman, and I just want to respond to some of the really, for lack of a better word, ridiculous claims that the supporters of the Northampton police are making, particularly the claim that people who support about defunding and of abolishing the police, which we absolutely need to do, are, somehow people from out of town, we're not connected to Northampton, we're not part of the community. That is utterly false. That's a very common, rhetoric that gets used often in a very racist way by people on the far right. This claim that people who support abolition are not, that this like out what's the word, like these outside agitators coming in, and people who are not part of the community and who are a minority. We are not a minority. There are way more people in Northampton who have had really horrific experiences with the police than not. And there are way more people who support abolishing the police than not. Especially since this meeting was made at the time it was, there a lot of people, especially working class people who have kids, people who are unhoused, were unable to make it to this meeting, and that as other people have said before, that feels very intentional. And I just also really want to name this idea that if we abolish the police, that there will be a lack of safety. That's completely untrue. As abolitionists, every day in our lives, we rely on each other and we take care of each other, and we respond to different situations, including crises, without involving the police and without creating further crises. And as someone who has feared for my safety, I have never ever felt comfortable going to the police. I always have felt a lot safer, and I know that I'm safer going to my community members and my neighbors. And so it's just that's absolutely ridiculous that getting rid of the police will somehow cause a drop in safety. So I just really wanted to speak to that, and just there is a majority of people people who support abolishing and defunding the police are not allowed outside agitators. We are part of this community, we are here, and we will not be erased.
Thank you. Maritha Wallace is next. Can you unmute?
There you go. Hi, my name is Maritha Wallace, and while I do not live in Northampton, I do work at JFK Middle School. And so I guess I'm one of those outside agitators, but I do live in Amherst, but my life is spent doing work with students there. I'm here today just to ask that you fund the community care. And I say that as a Black woman, I say that as a woman who has had to interface with police officers, and it's not always great. My mom always told me, she said, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different outcome. So while it might not be particularly like where are things that happen in other parts of the country, they do in smaller ways happen here. And so I have to say that we need, and I know people are like, well, you must live in utopia, but Newark, New Jersey, which had a very high rate of police shooting, actually for the last year, didn't have one officer fired. And not only that, I mean, they did just break their cycle, but it was a year, 365 days. And so can you imagine what those Black and brown people feel like? At least there's some modicum of safety because these officers found another way to deal with it. So they are breaking the model of insanity, expecting something different to come out of the systemic racism in policing. And I'm not saying every police officer is racist. Please hear me. What I am saying is they are in a system that can't help but put them at odds against anybody who is not white. It's history. You can't say it doesn't exist. I don't live in utopia. I am a Black gay woman. I can't live in utopia. I don't want to be afraid when my son leaves the house or my daughter or anyone else because it's not okay. So I'm sorry that if that offends someone, that I want to have that same privilege of walking down the street and not being afraid, knowing full well if I need someone, there will be someone who will help me. because I'm getting, you know, the limits that you have put about what time this meeting is. Comment, you know, I have to get up and go to work tomorrow and issue MCAS just like, you know, all the other teachers. But I want you to understand it's important for me to be here and stand within this community. And so it is time that I know you can't imagine what it would be like because we've never done it before, but it is now start doing things that we've never done before, because otherwise we're going to be in the same place tomorrow, next year, 2 years later, 5 years later. And I got to say, as a Black gay woman, I'm tired of staying in this spot. I want more for me and I want more for my children. So let's change the definition of insanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Gabe K.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Gabe. I live in Northampton. And I apparently need to qualify that I've, was born and raised here for the people supporting the police tonight. Because apparently that needs, that holds some weight that I don't understand. But I was born and raised in this city. I've lived here all my life. I wanted to say that I'm here in support of defunding the police and fully funding the Department of Community Care. I really haven't spoken, but I've been a part of all these council meetings on policing since the surveillance cameras came into play. I felt the need to speak tonight because I found it really disturbing that some of the counselors came out in favor of the budget without hearing public comment finish. And that, I can't even explain how painful that is to have been sitting in these meetings for years, listening, and then we have public comment still to come, and our counselors are telling us how they're going to vote. Depressing, sad. I'm a nurse practitioner. I work in this city. I feel like I need to make all these qualifying statements so that you believe me for some reason because I have a master's degree. I'm transgender. What do you want me to say? It's so painful to have been saying all this stuff for years and not having anybody believe us and not having anybody support us when police are following trans people with their hands on their guns, when they've come into my apartment building, banging on the door, trying to talk to us at midnight because they had a quote unquote letter. I had to call the police on the police to ask what the hell was going on. So I've been terrorized by the police. And then I also don't understand why people who are injured need police. I don't understand. As somebody who actually had a severe injury on the bike path one day, the first person to respond was a police officer. He did not assist me. The only thing he did was lean in my face so that the butt of his gun was in front of my eyes. And I'm leaning there with a dislocated elbow in severe pain. And I've got a cop's gun in my face. And I'm transgender and I can't get up because I'm in so much pain I can't move. I didn't get an EMT. I didn't get a paramedic. I got a cop. That is wrong. And I'm done. I'm in so much pain for everybody here listening, and that the council is just not supporting us. I'm in so much pain. This is my hometown. I live here. I work here. Most of my patients are transgender. We're afraid and we're done. And I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm done.
Thank you. Next is Mary Jones.
Good evening, counselors. My name is Mary. I've lived in Northampton for 3 years, but I recently moved to Holyoke. I still work downtown in Northampton at one of our flagship tourist destinations in retail. Northampton is the most policed place I've ever lived. I've lived in big cities, I've lived in small towns, I've lived all over the US. And so much so that when after George Floyd's murder, I used to play this game when I lived in Ward 2 in Northampton, where I would see if I could drive to work, which is in downtown Northampton, 5 minutes away. Could I drive to work and back without seeing a cop? Not only did I never win that game, I never got to work without seeing a cop at all. That is how police this city is. I want to also argue today that this is the moment that you city councilors have been waiting for. You now have in your hands what you said you wanted this time last year when all of us were here banging on your doors asking for change. You said you were horrified by the murder of George Floyd, but you just didn't have enough information. Well, guess what? We've had a police review commission and they have given you a roadmap. 6 months of research, data-driven research, led by diverse voices in this community that the mayor and city council appointed have told you what to do. They have clearly laid out that we can redirect the vast majority of calls that the police handle, and that they can be handled better by peer responders instead, that are accountable to the communities that are most harmed by policing. And they recommend a number for you, $882,000. That is what they've asked you to do. So the question no longer is, what does Northampton need to do? It is, do you, the elected leaders of Northampton, have the courage to do it? 1 year ago, it was hard enough to stomach the premise that you didn't have enough information after hearing hours and hours and hours of heart-wrenching testimony like you just heard firsthand from people with the Northampton Police Department, not some police from afar, the Northampton Police Department. And today, the idea that you don't have enough information is an excuse you cannot hide behind. You can't hide behind it any longer. That is why we have stayed here for 4 hours tonight, asking you to reject this city budget and demand that Mayor Narkowitz fund the Department of Community Care by $882,000, as is outlined in the report that you asked for and you endorsed. I also just want to say that you know us. You have seen us come to these meetings month after month after month over this past year. These are dedicated citizens who are in it for the long haul with you, who live both inside Northampton and outside and come in to work, to learn, to play, to skate, to do all the things our city offers. So we aren't going to go away if you have the courage to do what is right and fund the Department of Community Care and stand up to Mayor Narkowitz. We're going to be right there cheering you on because we are in it with you for the long haul. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, it says Black woman for NPD.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can you please state your name and city or town?
Hi, you could call me Ann, and I just rather not state where I live just because of my support and the threats that have been made against those who have supported NPD. I just want to talk about a little bit about what it's like to be a Black woman. I've heard a lot of white voices, white individuals trying to define that, and I do feel that it's only fair for Black individuals to also speak. Not all of us are against the police. Some of us actually do appreciate the law and order, and everyone is entitled to their own opinion. However, the further you go east in Massachusetts, the more you notice that minorities, Latino, Black, other immigrants do appreciate the law and order. If we do look at how the state and the country and other countries are right now, people need help. People are looking for help. People need people to protect them. That is exactly the way that we're going right now. If someone breaks into your house right now with a weapon and threatens your life, what are you going to do? Are you going to sit there and call someone that is unarmed to come help you? Because I'm telling you right now, realistically, nobody wants to die. Law enforcement officers put themselves on the line. Their families don't know if they're going to come home at night. They put themselves on the line to protect the individuals in this community. The individuals in this community have it very good. As a matter of fact, this community of almost 30,000 individuals lacks diversity as it is. It's mostly white, very wealthy individuals. Those that are minorities, I have heard, actually do appreciate law enforcement there, because a lot of them are immigrants. A lot of them need help. And when someone's in their house taking advantage of them, who comes to help them? It's not a social worker. It's often someone with a weapon, with a service weapon, to help them protect them. A lot of these individuals are faced with situations that they cannot control. situations that are dangerous, people that are armed, people that are being held against their will. Who is going to protect those individuals, those minorities that do need help? Because I know they are out there. I know that there are individuals that need help. You are sitting here living in areas that don't need policing, you're right. But then somewhere in the neighborhoods, Florence Heights, anywhere that there's a lot of minorities concentrated because they can't afford to live in Northampton like everybody else that's probably mostly talking here, those are the people you should be thinking about. If you go to Boston, they love law enforcement over there. Why? Because there's a lot of minorities. What are you going to do with the minorities that are in the bottom of the list that you'll be laying off if you do a cut? And you know what? Not everybody in every police department is the same. Just like every job has the bad apple, as you want to say it. Other police departments have had that situation. In Northampton, the last time a service weapon was used against someone was in 1980. Do your research, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Clara Wagner.
Hi, let me turn on my camera. Hey, so yeah, I'm a Northampton resident. I also go to school in Northampton and work in Northampton. I've been here for about 3 years. And yeah, I think lots of people have said lots of things. I think what I want to add is that, I mean, I think I feel really disheartened that the budget has even made it this far, and it feels really, really important for it to be rejected tonight. I think, right, thinking about the options are, and kind of like historically, right, that you're choosing to either kind of side on the side of activism and activists, or to side on the side of police, right? And when we think of like historically, and maybe have that perspective, like which groups of people tended to actually like promote justice, and yeah, right, like as like a mixed race person, as someone who works with marginalized communities as a social worker, the police don't mean safety. It's also like personally and professionally, I've seen community care work really well. When I need things that the police potentially could offer, I don't call the police. I reach out to my community, and I think again and again, that's a really, really effective way of managing my needs. Almost all of the calls of like Northampton police like aren't for violent things, right? They're not for things that require people trained to use firearms. They're like wellness checks, right? Or they're the police, the traffic stops. And those are just things that can really effectively be managed by individuals, right? Because those aren't situations where there need to be guns or violence or people who have training in those things. Yeah, I think that's all I've got. But yeah, just want to say that we really stand with any council member that's willing to, I don't know, to stand really firmly on the side of like believing in this community, right? And believing that this community can take care of this community, and that like guns and police and militarized force don't have to be a way of taking care of this community. Thanks.
Thank you. Oops, sorry about that. Hold on a sec. Next is Aaron Clark.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Aaron Clark. I'm from Ward 7. I'm a homeowner for the last 7 years, resident and citizen of Northampton for the last 11 years, as if that matters. I'm grateful for everyone joining this meeting. I agree with Jose, David, Jesse, so many others. This is a complete and total echo chamber to the point where it feels like it's just by design, according to the context of our shared history. It should be clear at this point, Amy Francis so clearly just told us. Councillor Nash earlier tells us it's been a tough year for Northampton PD and PD across the country. A trying year, he tells us. I motion for property in Arizona to sell you, Josh Wallace, representative of the police union, tells us earlier in a public community meeting in response to a little bit of criticism. What does that mean specifically? I'll motion for property to sell you in Arizona. I ask, whose interest does that statement truly represent? As a union rep, you're a reflection of your officers, therefore a reflection of the community that you claim to protect and serve. But that really seems like a conflict of interest there, Josh. And to further address Karen and Josh directly, I think that person's name was from Westfield, Karen and Josh. Police unions don't belong in the labor movement. You, the system of policing, and those who support it are antithetical to the labor movement. These are reactionary bodies, police unions, that are used to protect and defend racism and white supremacy. That's all it is. It's a disguise. Not one mention of white supremacy, of police violence by Chief Casper in her comments earlier, or anyone in this rigged opening of the 967 people who have been killed by police since George Floyd's murder last year on May 25th. At the same time, a disturbing but familiar narrative by Chief Casper, as well as Councillor Thorpe, full of inferences and insinuations that police are somehow the victims of oppression. This common hero worship that gives us a single story, to quote Chimamanda Adichie, rather than the complete history, which are part of today, a malignant, racist institution at its core. In a riot downtown yesterday, Karen, nope. I was there. Violent threats, some conflict, yes. We're still here, we're gonna be here, and we're not going anywhere. We've been here for the last year, and we're gonna continue to be here. That's not a threat, as you refer to Jose. That's just reality. We're gonna be here. We care. I was gonna quote somebody brilliant, Robert Jones Jr. from the book The Prophets, but I'm probably gonna run out of time to do that. So I'll yield the rest of my time. Love to you, Gabe, in your comments, and strength to you and your experiences that you spoke to. In solidarity with Mae Wallace, abolish the MCAS. It's the definition of insanity. It's racist at its core, and it's an our larger culture of policing.
Thank you. Next, it says Mal Northampton.
Hi, I'm Mal. I live in Northampton Ward 3. I would like to point out that it is 9:08, and I'd like to echo those before me who said that we started this far too late. Now, I don't have kids, but I'm disabled, and 9 is just too late for me. I'm not mad that we were here for 4 hours. I want everyone to be heard, but we could have started this earlier, and we had this problem last year. And I heard y'all speak that you wanted to do something about that. Similarly, last year, I heard y'all say that you just didn't have the information or the power to do what you wanted to do to change things, or to know what you wanted to do to change things, that road just wasn't clear. Over the past year, that road has been made clear. The information, the data has been given. It is very clear that what needs to happen is to lessen the footprint of the Northampton Police. Chief Casper spoke about not having enough people to roam enough police officers to roam the streets to prevent crime. We don't need more police officers roaming the streets. This is already an extremely over-policed town. I have never seen them, never been able to go downtown without seeing them. Never been able to walk between stores without seeing them. And it doesn't seem to be for any good reason, other than to threaten, to intimidate, and not to any reasonable goal or end. Also, I would like to speak to the need for the community care. There are so many people who need help that cannot seek it because at best it's this form of help comes in the form of handcuffs, and that's at best. We don't need handcuffs, we don't need weapons, we need community members who care. And I, like others who spoke tonight, I'm already someone who doesn't turn to police. I turn to my community, and I seek those who have skills who can help in the situations that me and my community members are facing. And we interface with each other. And I'm totally in support of a separate from the police entity that streamlines that. I am horrified by Chief Casper's and others' idea that that entity should be through the police, because that is antithetical to what we've all been asking you for the entire last year. I ask you to please listen to your citizens, and I cede my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sophie Chambers.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sophie. I live in Holyoke, Massachusetts. I worked in Northampton for several years as a crisis clinician. And I'm here because I want to reiterate the idea that safety, that the root of crime is complex and intersectional, and that the root of safety is social services and community services, and that research shows us that communities with high rates of police presence are not the safest communities. The safest communities are those where people have access to education, to housing, to mental health support, all those components of life that allow somebody to work and to support their family. And so I'm here because I really want to remind the city councilors that if your goal is to increase safety for Northampton, that you should not support this budget. You should be funding the community care center. The community care center needs to be fully funded in order to be successful. And as somebody with a master's in social work who is currently working with folks who are facing eviction for COVID-related reasons, I can tell you that housing is a huge component for safety, and that the things that people will go to, the things that people will do to keep their families safe and housed are sometimes not legal, right? They're sometimes not the way that they should be doing things because they are forced into doing things just to try to maintain some modicum of stability. And so it's complex, right? It's a combination of, we need to decriminalize things that are really not about safety, and we need to provide support for people in our community to really be able to live the life that they to live a life that is safe and that is supported. And yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sean Don.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, my name is Sean. I've been part of these meetings in the past, but I'll just reiterate, I live in Ward 3 in Northampton. And yeah, really tired tonight. I'm tired of being at these meetings. I'm sure some of you are as well. And but I'm not tired necessarily of showing up for my community, stepping in when I need to support people or deal with conflict, support people who are feeling suicidal, etc. Or even just pause when I'm walking through town to ask if someone's okay if they're nodding out on the sidewalk. And I guess I'm a little bit done trying to appeal to city council because as Gabe has stated, it seems like most of you have made up your mind about the policing budget this year for fiscal year 2022. And so, yeah, I'm pretty dismayed about that because it feels like we have an opportunity here to, really be a leader in something where we're putting more money and funds and energy into supporting people in a different way. When so many police are leaving our town, I think this is an opportunity to fill that vacuum with something different that won't be targeting people of color or disabled folks, that can really be meeting people where they're at, that are peer-led, that are involved in harm reduction. I'm part of a community that's been doing that for more than 10 years in Northampton and beyond. Yeah, so I guess I don't really have much to say. I'm tired. I'm sick of these meetings. I feel like we also shouldn't be measuring whether or not our city should act on separating from the system of policing and white supremacy just because police haven't killed a Black man in our city. I think like death and murder shouldn't be our threshold for change. Not to mention that there was a beautiful memorial for George Floyd that was dismantled within 24 hours. Although George Floyd is from Minneapolis, there are a lot of people that get channeled into the racist and unjust, criminal justice system, so-called, in Massachusetts, and that's something significant that does happen that Northampton police are part of. So I'm really dismayed that we are underfunding this new Department of Community Care. I'm grateful that it's being thought of as something worthy of being on the budget as a line item, but I really worry that we've already destined it to fail by not funding it fully. And so if there's any way for you on city council to really follow through with some of your words from the past year about George Floyd and Black lives, like I really would wish you could take a harder stance with the mayor and the police budget to put some of that money from the police into this Department of Community Care that could actually be a great asset to our, not just our town, but our region. So I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Timothy's iPhone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Tim Enman from Ward 7. I just want to speak in favor of fully funding the Department of Community Care and echo the other voices that are a bit disappointed that we've come to this point in the budget. I started following and attending these meetings last year and was sympathetic to counselors who didn't want to proceed particularly boldly because of questions they had about how we might proceed. But I think the review commission has answered a lot of those questions. And I think it would be healthy for the democracy in our town to listen to those recommendations. And I'll see the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Guinevra.
Yes, hello, my name is Gwen, and I'm a resident in Northampton. And I'm calling from a location that is originally is the land of the Nonotuck, the Pocumtuck, and the Nipmuc. And I've come here after them. So I want to express my gratitude for being here, first and foremost, and for having access to local resources that have been a complete and total gift and a total saving grace in my healing process since I came here to Northampton. And I also want to thank the businesses and the people who have supported me in so many of my passions. And I also want to thank the Northampton Police Department. And I just want to say thanks to everybody for being here and for being part of a greater movement. My grandmother immigrated here from Italy. And when I met her and knew her, she was my great grandmother and she lived in the projects. And I am a woman and I still live in the projects here in Massachusetts. And so I'd like to stress that. I don't know what to say about this budget, but what I do know is that we all need to live here together. And if this city is being less funded by the state because it is a very sought after city in Massachusetts, then it does become a part of the community issue. And homeless people and programs that support mental health are absolutely essential. You know, programs that are addressing issues for women and children. I don't care how it happens, but that's where the problem starts. And the problems are also environmental. You know, these are old buildings. They need to be updated. It's just things need to get fixed. And I don't care how it gets done. I don't care about the money. But what I do care about is that when I'm out and I'm complete and total boots on the ground, and I'm seeing other people out there with boots on the ground, I know that we are the change makers, no matter where we live in the city, no matter how much or how little money everybody has a place in this community. And I want it to stay that way. But I also want to talk about systemic racism. I guess my time is up.
That's correct. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next is Ava Coleman.
Hi, my name is Jen and I live in Ward 3. I have lived in Northampton for about 30 years. I just wanted to encourage the council to do a couple things. I think it's going to be a little bit different than what you've been hearing tonight. The first is to fully fund the police budget because there's no other system in place to transfer calls to. If we decide later on to create a department of community care, I think that's fine, but until something like that happens, I don't think you can cut the police budget. I would like you to consider working together with the police department to come up with solutions rather than just cutting them out of the process. I feel that the communications coming from most people at this meeting really are not restorative. They're not looking for a way for us all to get along. And I'd really like to see something like that happen in our community. And the last thing is to support a mental health clinician program within the police department, if only until something else like the community care department is in place. I am done for the night. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Rowan.
Hi, Rowan Florence, she, they. I live in Northampton, currently a homeowner in Florence for 5 years. I am speaking to support cutting the NPD budget by 50%, allocating no less than $882,000 to DCC. If we don't adequately fund the department, then of course it won't succeed. A cynical person might posit this was by design, likely in collaboration with Chief Casper herself. I'm also extremely troubled by the speed with which Northampton removed the mural that was put up by community members just last night to honor George Floyd's memory. It would have been trivial to leave it up while allowing use of the doors, and its removal clearly illustrates Mayor Narkowitz's loyalty to police over those that they serve to oppress. Northampton claims to be a progressive and moral city. We have a fucking rainbow crosswalk to sell tourists on how liberal our city is. Anybody who cares about social issues should recognize how regressive the Northampton Police Department is, and all police departments. An armed, occupying, fear and punishment-based group which serves the interests of property and business owners in town are the mainstream assimilationist, gay marriage is the endgame, corporate pride machine, making money off tourists over our queer, Black, brown, poor, and otherwise marginalized community members who make Northampton the vibrant community they love to peddle. Even if city government refuses to recognize the social harm that the police department inflicts, they should be working to scale back NPD before they make headlines for killing a citizen. True public safety demands addressing problems before they kill people, not reacting once accidents have occurred. The cut that we won last year was a good start, but we have so much more work to do if we want to make Northampton the moral haven that we residents, Mayor Narkowitz, Jody Casper, and you city councilors like to claim it as. gut the NPD budget by 50%, and fully fund the Department for Community Care. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next is Brian Zayats.
Hello. Yeah, so I've already emailed you comments in this vein. They're going to be more detailed in the email, so I would still ask that you read that. But you know, let's imagine that policing is a machine, and every town has one. And the machines across the country kill about 1,000 people a year. Do you think that such a machine would face a product recall? And if the machine of policing in Northampton was showing signs of many of the same issues that machines in other towns did before they killed people, you know, we have these racial disparities in use of force. Do you think if that were the case, would we look at that and say, that that's not an issue, it hasn't killed anyone, it's probably fine? Or would we say, you know what, it's been recalled, this is an issue, we should probably take that pretty seriously? And so I guess I'm just going to suggest, since throwing money at public safety seems very important to you, and accountability doesn't seem very important to you, since most of these metrics that the police give us for measuring them are just pretty baseless, I would suggest that instead of fully funding the police department and giving very little funding to the Department of Community Care, you could give half of the police department funding to the Department of Community Care. And that way you're still throwing money at these things. And, you know, that way we're not getting this situation where it feels on our end like the Department of Community Care is being set up to fail, because we're not really being given any timeline where we're going to see actual significant amounts of funding on the same scale that we see for policing being directed to the Department of Community Care. And so naturally, to those of us who believe community care is important, this is concerning. And so I would suggest, why don't you fund the two departments equally? And then we might actually have a level playing field on which we can decide, you know, which strategies are actually being helpful to our community. So I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Yaping.
Hi, my name is Yaping. I live in Turners Falls. I'm very confused by the counselors tonight who've spoken in with a positive assessment of the Northampton police. I won't name you right now, but I hope you know that I'm speaking to you and I'm asking you a sincere question. When Maritha spoke earlier tonight about her bad experiences with the police and fearing for her son, when Gabe spoke earlier tonight about being injured and being terrified of police and being hurt, and their patients who are trans being afraid of police, when Ahalia spoke about someone who was rendered houseless when the Northampton police impounded their car. I'm going to repeat that again. Ahalia spoke earlier tonight about someone who was rendered houseless, about multiple people actually, I think, who were rendered houseless just recently because the Northampton police impounded their car. And also, you know, the shoestring has given a lot of detailed reporting on the egregious violations of some of the Northampton police. And when everyone else has spoken about personal testimonies with Northampton police, how is that computing for you? I'm speaking to a few counselors specifically tonight who praised the Northampton police and said that the Northampton police were progressive. How did those testimonials fit with your assessment of the Northampton police as being progressive? I'm actually curious. I would love to hear your answers. I bet a lot of us would hear, because it doesn't make sense to me. The only things I can, the only explanations I have are that you don't believe these people, that you don't think that their pain is valuable. I don't know what else kind of cognitive dissonance is going on, but many people have spoken about their personal experiences of fear and terror and abuse, and witnessing terror and abuse from the Northampton police. So what goes on for you when you hear these things? How does that get put into a category where you can only speak about your personal positive assessment of the police? I can speak about my personal positive assessment of the Northampton police. I interacted with an officer yesterday. He was friendly, and it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter, because I know that my experience is not the center of the world and doesn't have any bearing on other people's experience. So there's this basic confusion I have about how you can think that your experience and other people's positive experiences with police have any bearing on all the many, many other people who are speaking to the reality of the control and violence that the Northampton police perpetuate by their mere job description. You know, impounding someone's car, they didn't enact, maybe they didn't enact physical violence in that moment, but I think rendering someone homeless is violent. And we don't need to invest in this institution, and we have other options, and you can do this. You can really do this. Please do this.
Thank you. Danielle Amadeo. Next.
Hi, everyone. My name is Danielle Amadeo. I am a homeowner in Ward 3. I feel the need to say that I graduated summa cum laude from Amherst College. I hold a master's degree and taught at Williams College. I serve as chair of the Arts Council. I'm also a survivor of sexual assault, domestic violence, and poverty. I'm white, and I've had both positive and really negative experiences with the NPD. I hate that I have to say those things to feel like our city councilors might hear me more clearly. I care deeply about this city and those who spend time here, and I am calling on you urgently to defund NPD by 50% and fully fund the Department of Community Care. I want to live in a city where everyone feels safe at no one's expense, and we know without a doubt that so many members of our community, those who live here, as well as those who patron this city, to support our small businesses and contribute to the vibrancy of our city, do not feel safe here because of NPD. Councilors, respectfully, if this has not sunk in over the course of the past year, you are not listening. At best, you are choosing a path of convenience through willful ignorance. And at worst, you are knowingly using your positions of power to uphold systems of racism, violence, and oppression right here in our city. And I'm not standing for that. Councilor Chiara, during these meetings that took place last year, I remember you movingly acknowledged the murder of George Floyd and held moments of silence in solidarity with the movement for Black lives before we did any business. I remember that. Councilors, the time for silence and statements of solidarity is over. Solidarity means acting. And it means acting as though your needs were the exact same as those who are most harmed by policing. The time for change is now. Councilors, beyond the very real present situation in Northampton, which my neighbors have made clear through so many testimonies of violence with NPD, it is also your responsibility to redress the historical inequities that have taken place in our city. I'm grateful to Ashwin for sharing that chart, which tracked historical bloating of NPD budget through the years. That bloating amounts to the historical defunding of education, health and human services, and more. And that defunding has directly caused increases in crime, poverty, and violence in our communities. Fix that defunding, please. Last year's 10% cut was a tiny first step, and frankly, it did little to combat those historical inequities. Approving this year's budget as it stands does nothing to redress those inequities and nothing to address our current moment. Councilors, if you're not willing to listen and you're not willing to take action to make meaningful change in our community, then please step aside. There are others that will fill your seats If you're committed to listening to your constituents, please fully fund the Department of Community Care, cut the NPD budget by 50%. It's time for cops out, not cop-outs.
Thank you. Lemmy is next.
My name is Lemmy Coffin. I'm a licensed clinical social worker who lives in Ward 1. The chief said that they administered something like 1,680 motor vehicle infractions this year. That is 1,680 opportunities for people in our community to be uprooted from their lives. One infraction such as this can lead to a domino effect of mothers losing children to DCF, families losing parents to incarceration, and any person losing employment or housing. Parents who have had to use every sick day, every vacation day to take care of their children or to put out various fires caused by the state criminalizing and demonizing poverty, a day to go to court even just for a motor vehicle infraction, let alone the numerous other abhorrent things that are criminalized in our community, can be the thing that sends folks over the edge. It can be the last straw with their boss, causing them to lose employment, then their housing. Even minor infractions can cause dilemmas with childcare and become the last straw with their DCF workers in deciding that they can no longer have custody of their children. I've seen it firsthand as a social worker that works with families in our community. Additionally, a Valley Advocate article from 2015 states that the majority of arrests in Northampton, former NPD Chief Sinkowitz said, 66% are people who are not Northampton residents. 19% of those arrested in Northampton identify as homeless or transient. This article also detailed some accounts of Hampshire Heights residents who do not feel more safe with policing in our community. We've heard a lot of folks criticize folks from outside Northampton, yet in 2015, 66% of arrests were people outside of Northampton. And I hope that I don't have to explain in great detail the extreme segregation between the Northern Connecticut River Valley and the Southern Valley that has implications for Northampton having 66% of arrests being residents that live outside of Northampton. Lastly, I want to emphasize the implications of policing on our young people. Numerous young people of color who have stayed at the Cutchins program on a Pomeroy Terrace are criminalized by police. When they run from the program into the community, often dysregulated, they've gotten charges of assaulting a police officer when police intervene in trying to get them back to their residential program. Again, I've seen it firsthand in my work and the way that it keeps literally children out of their homes with their families. And these examples don't even skim the surface of what the school to prison pipeline does to our young people in our community. To use Counselor Dwight's language, it is not just the aggressive and excessive action police take that is violence. Cutting the police budget this year is divesting from the pernicious violence of everyday criminalization that the Northampton Police Department upholds every day. As a social worker, I see what it's like to provide community care uphill against a stream of criminalized community. Funding community care while the river of criminalization runs strong is setting the department up for failure. This budget funds our homegrown arm of criminalization in full, which is antithetical to community care. Investments in policing is theoretical safety and financial gain on a foundation of violence to so many, everyday violence, just like pernicious violence, especially Black folks dating back to slavery. Please divest from policing, divest from systemic violence here at home. Thanks.
Thank you. So I believe that is everybody who has not yet spoken. I believe those are, I'm just checking. So as this is a hearing, those that spoke before can provide additional testimony only if they are providing new information. So, oh wait, I see a hand who has not yet. So remember what I just said. So anyone who spoke before can provide additional testimony if they're providing new information, only new information. I'm going to go to Javier and then we'll go back to that.
Thank you so much, Council President Shara. My name is Javier Luengo, Ward 3. I'm an immigrant living for 12 years in Northampton. I don't really know what to say. I heard the statements today that I didn't think were going to be said from people that I never thought I was going to hear those. First, Black and brown people are not monolith. I grew up really poor. I live in the street. if you ask me if I was in danger in that time, who I should call, I would say the police, because that was the only way to get out of it. Communities and affected communities and community of color need to be able to have an option. Transgender people, LGBTQ, needs to have an option. When debating the resolution supporting the Northampton Police Review Commission findings, council members said, abstain because I don't have enough information. Shame on you. 6 months I served in the Northampton Police Review Commission. 6 months of videos, 6 months of testimonies, 6 months of vastly amount of studies, 6 months of vastly amount of articles. I know probably you guys are not full-time, but part of their job is educating as elected officials to be able to make those decisions, to be able to take those decisions. That's baseline. When we're talking about the recommendations, and Police Chief Casper says and mentions the needs assessment as one of the priorities. I have been in front of you several times already saying this. The priority is the fully funding of the Department of Community Care. I cannot say it in different ways because I don't have to do it. That's it, period. The chair of the commission, Dan Kennedy, talked about this. Our intention was to diminish the footprint of the police department, period. I can understand when community members don't understand because they have not read the report or they didn't go to the meetings to say that if there is a violent crime, we're going to be sending social workers. I can understand that. I cannot understand. And I also cannot accept that elected officials do not push against that, saying, oh, by the way, you know, I read the report. That's not the case. This is what's going to happen. I think that's morally necessary because we are in a, we came out for 4 years of lies with Trump. Facts are important. We did a thorough study of options for a lot of months serving in the commission. Also, probably my time is going to be up.
Yeah, it actually was up.
One more line.
You heard the
one more line.
Finish your line.
Money has to be allocated for an advisory board. And the reason why is because the Northampton Police Review Commission lost 3 or 4 women of color because they didn't have access to childcare. That also has to be part of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. So, hold up one second, everybody. Dana, I know you haven't re-raised your hand, but do you have new information to add?
Am I unmuted? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I do. I think yesterday I was confused about what had happened or why this budget, how this budget could have happened, and I was angry. And now I have new information because I think I figured out what's going on here. Language, as we've been using it, is broken. It's just broken. This council asked for new information sufficient to justify turning down a budget that didn't fund police. A report was written, hundreds of hours of testimony was given, and it's as if it didn't happen. You couldn't even hear it. There was some concern about that maybe people were caught up in a national movement and overlooking the needs of Northampton. So hundreds of people provided hours of testimony about their personal experience with Northampton police, and a report was written specifically about Northampton police. And I still heard the counselor saying, well, this is just some kind of confusion. People don't understand about Northampton and how special we are. And I used to think it was denial. I think yesterday I thought it was denial. But listening to counselors say they were going to support this budget, a level funding budget after the year we've had, and after the testimony and the report, and just say it as if it was unproblematic, as if their own personal experience is all they could possibly have. Property owners saying the police are nice to me, so I'm just going to keep level funding. Language is broken. It is literally impossible for people to understand the experience of others just from hearing us talk. So I just want to take a moment now, having realized that, I think we should all take a moment and think through how we can build the government we want to without using language. Because language is broken.
Time, thank you. Ryan, do you have new information
The core demands.
to share?
Yes. Hi there. Yeah. Hi everyone. I know it is getting late, and so I'll try to keep this brief. Let's see. How can I? Sorry, there's a couple of us here. We can do that.
Pretty bad echo you've got.
Sorry about that. Maybe I can. I got it. Got it. Cool. Yes, I will speak. And I just want to say that if I'm here with someone that I hold dear, who is brilliant, who doesn't want to speak, who, because of how intimidating this process is. And so there's this core thing about whether or not this is a democracy, which is distressing. And I'm hearing over and over people talking about how dismayed and disappointed they are in this process. And I feel like, let's see, I'm going to jump into Dan Kennedy, his comment. He spoke much more clearly than I can. I really hope that people, that there will be an ongoing written dialogue, between the PRC and City Council about what fully implementing those recommendations means. And what him and also Javier said very clearly is that the PRC calls for the reduction of the footprint of the police. This is done by reducing their budget and reallocating their money. Mary Jones said as well, you've got a clear roadmap. Even Chief Casper, when she was saying that it's getting dark, and she said she foresaw a lot of work that was coming up. She said power outages, fallen trees, and fender benders. This is the kind of work that cops are doing. And these are precisely the kinds of situations in which we don't need armed, overwhelmingly white and male members of an institution whose primary tool set and focus is the use of force. We don't need those people showing up. And we certainly don't want these situations handled by representatives of an institution that is an essential part of a larger policing apparatus that includes racist incarceration and which triggers a trauma response in many, many residents. So it's such a clear task. And so, yeah, I agree with you, Bill. You said before, I agree with you, man, about how reimagining safety, that's on us. And I'd like to add, just like from one cis white man to another, hope we hang out sometime soon, like, is that anything short of throwing our entire collective will towards creating alternatives in the shortest possible time period, that's complicity. And it's complicity with a status quo that we know is racist. Like nobody here is denying that structural racism exists. So the budget as it stands, with an increased police budget and a crippled symbolic budget for the peer-led alternative that's been proposed by civil society, it's just another stalling tactic. And
That
it's
is
just helping the
time.
police. Um,
That's
did you
time.
that's that. Okay.
Thank
So
you.
just to finish, our passivity
Quickly.
and white silence will be judged harshly by history, possibly by our own descendants.
Thank you. Okay. Jenna, do you have something new to add or new information?
I do. Yes. So hi, I'm Jenna. I use she, her pronouns, and I currently live in Turners Falls. I'm here to encourage the counselors to reject the proposed budget and opt to fully fund the Department of Community Care by at least $882,000 this fiscal year. I originally had written this huge whole thing about my family's experience with police, but I don't think that that's the story I want to highlight right now. Right now, I think I just want to highlight the fact that there have been countless stories shared tonight and throughout the past year about people's experiences of fear and abuse by the Northampton police. What's important is that this past year has been spent creating and implementing a policing review commission with knowledgeable volunteers who recommended defunding the Northampton police and investing in a Department of Community Care. Sorry, my cat is in my way. The current budget does not support this recommendation, and that's a slap in the face to the volunteers who spent hours doing research backing those recommendations. Last night, the community members put up a beautiful George Floyd memorial at City Hall. Less than 24 hours later, the memorial has been torn down by the city. To my knowledge, this memorial was not doing anything to block the front doors, which I don't even think are in use at this moment. The memorial was made to honor George Floyd's memory and spark action in this town on the year anniversary of his murder by police. To tear this down so quickly and so crassly sends a direct message. Mayor Narkowitz and the city of Northampton do not believe that Black Lives Matter and don't care about community safety. If that's the message you were intending to send by tearing down the memorial, then congrats, you've been heard. In creating a peer-led Department of Community Care, many responsibilities will be taken out of the police and put into the hands of people better trained and better equipped to handle such situations without force or coercion. It's confusing to me then that the proposed budget actually brings $178,633 more into the police department. I'd just like to know why the proposed budget moves responsibilities ideally out of the police department, but also gives them more money. Like, why are we paying them for less work? And I just want to make a few things clear. Firstly, supporting defunding the police does not mean that I want an unsafe community or that will be the result. It means that I believe in a community where we invest in prevention and care rather than punitive actions, incarceration, and coercion. I want this community to be safe for everybody, not just people who look like me. Just because you may not have personally had a bad experience with the NPD does not mean that you get to ignore people who have. For me, it's not an issue about bad people versus good people. It's an issue of right and wrong. It's an issue of safety versus danger. Policing is dangerous, and we need to implement peer-led Department of Community Care this fiscal year and fully fund it in order to take a step closer to a safer Northampton for everyone. Thank you.
Next, Rye, do you have new information?
Yes, hello. My name is Rye Buckley, and I live in Ward 3 of Northampton. I am pretty sure I am an ordinary citizen, but that is a new term for me tonight, so there is a chance I'm actually extraordinary. I wanted to agree and build upon Mary's comment about Northampton being heavily policed. Last night, around midnight, I gave 2 friends a ride home and then drove myself home. Probably a 15-minute round trip. Both times, when I pulled over to drop a friend off, a police car drove up from behind me and sped past where I was parked. I passed a third car parked on Main Street. Tonight, I learned the NPD staffs 3 officers on the night shift. I also want to acknowledge the memorial to George Floyd, which was torn down today, was a memorial to all Black lives ended by police in the U.S. The names were written upon the memorial and were torn in half and shredded as it was torn down. Dante Wright's name, Breonna Taylor's name. I don't have a percentage point of the time it would take to list them all. I noticed Chief Casper discussing how NPD officers are leaving the jobs because the community doesn't want them here and they do not want to be here. This seems an elegant consensus within our community. Northampton is moving past policing. Casper is concerned that a decrease in NPD staffing will cause the NPD to no longer be able to provide staffing. I can think of a clear, elegant solution to this issue. Fund the Department for Community Care so that they can provide services to people in need immediately and compensate for the supposed lack of service Northampton is experiencing. Councillor Nash, to your question about who the community would prefer to have showing up to our emergencies, NPD or state police, the answer is clear, and we have been saying it to you for a year. We would prefer our peers arrive with tools and intentions to help us, not the police with weapons to harm us and the legal power to arrest us. I hear the police have been instrumental in combating COVID. Every person in our community has had to work to fight COVID. I'm sure the NPD was part of this effort. I can't help but imagine the staff of the Department for Community Care could much more naturally and effortlessly go about caring for the community and reducing the harm of COVID. It would not be an unusual or abnormal service, as Casper described the police's work in combating COVID. It would be a natural extension of their task and labor, which would be care. Overwork, overtime, and training money being wasted on officers who will not stay in our department. This problem can all be avoided by giving that money to the Department of Community Care, investing it there. I was really discouraged to hear so many councillors had already chosen to support this budget before tonight's hearing. I wondered, why have we even gathered as a community? Why do we gather as a community? I hope those of you who stated you had already made your decision will be considering what you have heard tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Ezekiel Baskin, do you have new information to add?
I do have new information. I'm really worried tonight that if this budget passes in its current permutation, we're going to be here next year doing the exact same thing. A bunch of years ago, back in like 2012, 2013, I was on a subcommittee of the school committee looking at the start times for the schools and the high school specifically, but sort of intermeshed with all the schools. It was only this year that those recommended changes were implemented. So that was 9 years later that there was any movement on actually implementing the changes proposed by that subcommittee. That can't happen with the Policing Review Commission. This is urgent and it needs to happen sooner than 8 years, 9 years in the future. And one full-time project manager and one half-time administrative assistant are not going to be able to build out a plan that will get us to a place where next year we're actually doing something different. And I just see in my mind us here again next year, and there won't be enough information and the plan won't be enough. And that can't happen. There needs to be more staffing or we will be in the same place again. And it's just not, no. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Lemmy, do you have new information that hasn't been previously said?
Yeah, I have stuff
to add.
So some things that I just wanted to name to those who say policing services are essential, that just cutting would cause problems. I want to talk about the harms of their services, and you all are in charge of deciding whether the benefits outweigh the harms. Police are false, harmful solutions to social problems and keeping real solutions from emerging. So there's a disproportionate use of force on youth of color. According to Northampton police data, use of force was used on 6 people under the age of 18 in 2019, including a 10-year-old. 3 out of these 6 youth were Black, which is not proportionate to the demographics of our community. And now I'm just going to read from something called Interrupting Criminalization, which talks about domestic violence survivors that are against criminalization. So less than half of survivors call police in the first place. According to official statistics, less than half of domestic violence survivors ever call or report to the police. The number is even lower for survivors of sexual assault. Only a quarter ever call the police. The number of people reporting violence to police is going down, not up. More than half, 67% of respondents to the 2015 US National Transgender Survey said they would feel uncomfortable asking the police for help if they need it. In cities where 911 data is publicly available, domestic violence calls make up 1 to 7% of 911 calls. One study found that an overwhelming majority, 88% of survivors and service providers said police sometimes or often don't believe survivors or don't take their complaints seriously. The vast majority, 89% of survivors and service providers surveyed in one study indicated that police contact results in contact with the family regulation system or the child welfare system. 61% stated it can cause survivors to face criminal charges that could lead to deportation, and 70% reported that contact with the police sometimes or often results in the loss of housing, employment, or welfare benefits. I also want to say that like, I don't know where the statistic is, I'm losing it, but a lot of, I think it's like 90% of incarcerated women are survivors of sexual and domestic violence. So, who are we really supporting? And I'm going to end with reading a statement from Sexual and Domestic Violence State Coalitions. So it says, we, the undersigned Sexual and Assault and Domestic Violence State Coalitions, call ourselves to account for the ways in which this movement, and particularly the white leadership within this movement, has repeatedly failed Black, Indigenous, and people of color survivors, leaders, organizations, and movements. We have failed to listen to Black feminist liberationists and other colleagues of color in the movement who cautioned us against the consequences of choosing increased policing, prosecution, and imprisonment as the primary solution to gender-based violence. We have promoted false solutions of reforming systems that are designed to control people rather than real community-based solutions that support healing and liberation. We have invested significantly in the criminal legal system despite knowing
time.
Okay, just don't make the same mistakes, please. Thanks.
Thank you. Oops, sorry, you can ignore that. Mal, do you have new information that has not been previously said by you or others to add?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I want to add context to what I was saying. Not only am I a member of this community for several years, I have been a homeless member of this community at many points or several points throughout that. And at no point during any of that time did I feel like the police were an option to help me. At no point during any of that time did I not feel threatened when I saw the police surveilling the community as heavily as they do. And I want to add that I am absolutely horrified at how many of you have your decision made or told us that you do. That is unspeakable and entirely and against the position that you hold in this town. Listen to those of us who are here. We are not just some small community. We are committed to staying here and saying as much as we can to get you to listen and follow through on what you said you wanted to do. Please listen.
Is this Jose? No.
Jesse.
Sorry. Okay, go ahead, Jesse.
Once again, Jesse Hassinger, Ward 4. I just want to add some data. According to the Policing Review Commission, the time spent on calls per category in 2019 lists violent crime at only 6.7%. There are 6 other categories listed that makes up the remainder: nonviolent crime, non-criminal, traffic, animal, medical, and miscellaneous. Of the total 7, only 1 category comes in less than violent crime, and that is the undocumented miscellaneous category. Just based on these numbers, nonviolent issues that the NPD deals with covers literally 93.3% of their job. That is 93.3% of the NPD's job that can be done by a community department. The call for a 50% cut in the NPD to fund the Department of Community Care on the same level seems reasonable when looking at this data.
Thank you. Rowan, do you have new information that hasn't been shared by you or others this evening? Go ahead.
Yes, indeed. In 2017, the Northampton Police Department received a grant from the retailer Walmart to produce baseball-style trading cards be handed out to school children of the city. Kids who successfully collected all 50 cards were given a ride to school in a police cruiser. According to police historian Alex Vitale, policing in schools can be traced to the 1950s when, after a series of scandals, police agencies instituted PR campaigns to socialize young people into the legitimacy of policing, much like the one initiated by the NPD. The program was started soon after the controversial High Five Fridays was canceled when complaints from the community blew into national story. In response, we are creating Northampton Police Misconduct Trading Cards. The first is of Captain Robert Powers, who we've recently profiled. Powers is a powerful cop in Northampton. Second in command, the captain is in charge of hiring and promotions, internal affairs, and citizen complaints against police. Previously, during his career, Powers has also been the department's training coordinator. Powers most recently made waves in telling protesters that one bad hamburger at McDonald's does not make McDonald's bad, referring to George Floyd's killer. As we noted in our profile, he was a defendant in a lawsuit alleging that he taught student officers in the local police academy that they could issue citations to ethically altered vehicles all day long, and said that he used the term ethnic interchangeably with Hispanic. The lawsuit also alleges that he expressed pleasure to the fact that the class he was teaching was all white. Stay tuned for more trading cards and opportunities to collect them. Moving on. Number 2, Alan Borowski. In 2013, Alan Borowski was one of 3 officers, along with Christopher Dumas and Thomas Briata, who responded to an incident at Tully O'Reilly's, a bar on Pleasant Street. In an altercation with police that was filmed and went viral, Dumas and Briata are seen shoving Jonas Correa, a black man, to the ground as he yells repeatedly, "I didn't do anything." Then Borowski pepper sprayed him. Correa had been, incidentally, photographing a confrontation between police and another patron before officers escalated with him. Correa's lawyers maintained that the video evidence dramatically contradicted the police's narrative of events, specifically the claim that Correa had struck a bouncer. Correa was charged with assaulting a police officer and disorderly conduct. The charge of assaulting a police officer was dropped, and the disorderly conduct charge was converted to a civil infraction. The city's insurer paid Correa $52,500 in settlement for excessive force and wrongful arrest. The story of Borowski doesn't end there, nor does Briata's, with a trading card forthcoming. Borowski has been the subject of 2 internal investigations into alleged wrongdoing and has been the defendant in 2 lawsuits claiming damage from the wrongful investigations. In 2017, an anonymous letter surfaced within the NPD which accused Borowski of removing pills from the department's drug lockbox without another officer witness. He was placed on paid leave while an independent investigation took place. The investigation was conducted by the Tewksbury firm APD Management, which is headed by Alfred Donovan, a former police chief who mishandled a high-profile internal sexual assault investigation while chief. Donovan brushed it off, saying there was insufficient evidence of the complaint against one of his dispatchers. Despite not being able to find evidence himself, the court found the dispatcher guilty of assault, rape, and indecent assault and battery and was sentenced to 2 years in prison.
That's time. Thank you. Sherilyn Strader, you have not spoken.
Hi, my name is Sherilyn. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a resident of Ward 6. And I wanted to bring to the council the fact that as Northampton, we call ourselves Paradise City. It's a name that's been attributed to where we live, and I'd like to call it a Paradise City, but to me it isn't. It can't be when we're actively harming the people who live in, work in, visit our area. And this harm includes upholding systems of white supremacy, such as the Northampton Police Department. So I deeply urge you to cut the department by 50% and fully fund the Department of Community Care at the amount requested by the Policing Review Commission's final report.
Thank you, Sherilyn. And, oops. Okay, is there anybody who is not yet, who's not spoken this evening? Aaron, you have. So, seeing no new hands. I don't see any further comment. So Councillor Dwight, it looks like you're trying to say something. Oh, I'm sorry. There you go. Oops. Sorry, councilors, you're not going to be able to unmute.
Got it. Okay. Move to close the public hearing, please.
The motion's been made by Councillor Dwight. Councilors,
Second.
Thank you. Who? I don't know who that was.
It was me.
Councillor Quinlan. Okay. Motion's been made and seconded to close the hearing. Any discussion on closing the hearing? Councillor Nash.
I see it looks like there's a Grace Roundtree who just who I don't think has spoken and just appeared.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor.
If Grace Roundtree wants to speak, then I would withdraw the motion until they are complete.
Grace, would you like to speak?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name's Grace Roundtree. I'm actually a resident of Greenfields, but was a former resident of Ward 4 in Northampton, and I work in Northampton. Just wanted to reiterate what's been said, that I really would like to see a meaningful funding of the Department of Community Care, and I'm really disappointed to see that this budget intends to increase funding for the police after a year of so much work on the part of so many people. Yeah, I guess I'll just continue. I think Rowan was reading a document, and I'll just continue reading that for the rest of my time. So I think I'll start off at Donovan's investigation into Borowski's drug box misconduct found that the lieutenant had violated the policy and failed to inform his superiors that he had authorized an investigation into the pills. According to he received a 3-day suspension and lost wages. A second investigation conducted by Captain Dorothy Clayton found more violations of the department policy. Several NPD employees alleged Borowski had broken 10 rules. Clayton found evidence he had broken 5, including calling sick and taking out his boat, fixing his hours, and using his cruiser to take his girlfriend to dinner. He was given a 2-day suspension without compensation. In the year Borowski was under investigation, he was the second highest paid employee in the city of Northampton, earning $138,686.90. However, in 2019, the findings of these investigations were null and void when Borowski's Trump-supporting union, the New England Police Benevolent Association, intervened with a lawsuit against the city. An arbitrator found that investigators had mishandled the probe investigating Borowski's rule breaking. The PBA's lawyers won settlement with the city for $54,836.52 and reversed the lieutenant's suspensions. His record was cleared of wrongdoing and he received wages. This saga is continuing. The shoestring was about to put this trading card on the website when a new Gazette article dropped explaining a new lawsuit the union's lawyers had cooked up against the city on Borowski's behalf. The lawsuit alleges the now deemed wrongful investigations were part of an intentional smear campaign designed on the part of Borowski's superiors to damage his career. Despite being acquitted of wrongdoing, Borowski undoubtedly mishandled the drugs and violated NPD policy. Whether or not the investigations were mishandled, his union engaged in a relentless pressure campaign against the city with its multiple lawsuits on Borowski's behalf, effectively shutting down the internal affairs process and telling the city that its cops are above the need for accountability. A new lawsuit alleges that Borowski perpetuated a cycle of harassment against—
That is time.
Who tried to bring a complaint against an NPD officer. Thank you. Please make the decision.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Once again,
Move to close the public hearing, please.
Second.
motion's been made by Councillor Dwight again, seconded by
Councillor Quinlan.
yeah, oh no, I know.
Okay.
There's another hand.
Withdraw a motion.
Thank you. Yeah, Ping, do you have information that hasn't been shared by you or anybody else this evening?
I do. I'm sorry that it's late. I understand that it's frustrating that it's late. I spoke to the testimonials before that I'm completely perplexed by, whether people hear them or not. I want to read some of these testimonials that have not been read at this hearing before. They were read at some of the Policing Review Commission public hearings. I hope that the counselors can still hear these and not tune them out or think that they're irrelevant. I think it's important to inform your decisions, so I'm going to read them. In the late 2000s, I lived in Northampton with my then partner. I came home from my work and my partner was intoxicated. They fell down a flight of stairs in our apartment and we thought that they broke their foot. So I called 911 because I didn't have a car at the time and I requested an ambulance. Unbeknownst to me at the time, when an ambulance arrives, a police officer also does. This police officer arrived way before the ambulance did. It was actually a narcotics detective by the name of Fabiano. They arrived, as I understood it, because my downstairs neighbor was suspected of dealing weed, which is now, people make money off of dealing weed in lots of stores in Northampton. They tried to gain entry to that apartment first before realizing that it was me who called for the ambulance. When they entered our apartment, Fabiano was very aggressive and instigated problems with the encounter. He tried to take my partner out of their home. When I told him that was, or PC my partner out of their home, when I told him that was not something he could do, can't put somebody in protective custody to remove them from their home, he got agitated. And one thing led to another, and eventually pepper spray was deployed, and my partner was taken away in handcuffs and was not received, and did not receive the medical treatment that I requested. To this day, I think about that incident and how differently it could have gone if a police officer was not there, especially not one that was trying to gain entry to another apartment so that they could look for drugs. Another testimonial from the Wildflower Alliance, they arrived, had been given false information which they believed, asked to see inside my apartment. I said, okay. I answered questions truthfully. They asked to speak with me outside. I went outside without any reading of Miranda rights. They handcuffed and arrested me. They refused to allow me a phone call. They went through my belongings. One officer poked and smirked, showing another a business card from my wallet of a woman who was a liaison with the police regarding domestic violence. They kept the card without telling me because when my purse was returned, it was gone. The entire experience was traumatic and horrible. This is only a portion of it. This is another Wildflower testimony about someone who witnessed police drag a houseless man down the sidewalk in the winter. In mid-January 2018, the police were called by employees of Edward Jones at 6 Market Street to deal with a homeless man who was sitting on the front steps of their walk. He was minding his own business and causing no distraction or harm. He was visibly drunk. The police arrived and they began to drag him down the street with his bare back on the ground, his shirt and jacket.
That's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rowan, you've already spoken again. David, Chris.
Hi. I just want to touch upon what a lot of people have been saying. And it's just sort of a rhetorical question that I want to leave with the city councilors. What amount of evidence and testimony and data will sway you? What is it that prevents you from standing up to Mayor Narkowitz? And what prevents you from being courageous in this moment? Because I've heard so many testimonies in these commissions and tonight that are just absolutely horrifying. And I can only sympathize, because as a cis, white male straight passing, I don't fully experience it every day of my life. But the stories I hear people tell me, I can't imagine living this way, living in a state of fear and state of terror. And maybe many people in city council have never experienced living in fear or living in terror. And so it's hard for you to relate to these everyday experiences that people are facing in our community, in this city. And so again, rhetorically, what will it take for you guys to recognize it? Do you yourself need to be an eyewitness to seeing someone abused? We've touched upon this. Do we need to wait till someone in Northampton is murdered by the police, killed by the police, before we finally say enough is enough? What will it take? Because everything I've been hearing is like, that should be more than enough for everybody in this body to stand up to Mayor Narkowitz and cut the police budget by 50%. I also just want to touch upon another thing about this nature of crime. It's not a crime to smoke marijuana, especially now. It shouldn't be a crime to be addicted to drugs. It shouldn't be a crime to be publicly intoxicated. That's a failure of a lack of public transportation, a lack of housing, a lack of homes, I should say. So when we're talking about quote unquote crime, what we're really talking about is we're punishing people who are disenfranchised, punishing the underemployed, people who don't have access to education, don't have access to opportunities. And that is the only solution, not only in Northampton, but across this country seems to be the carceral state and punishing people, punishing the poor, punishing the working class. That seems to be the only solution. And so I just want to leave the city council with that view, is what is actually crime and what will it take for you to finally believe and accept what people are telling you and have been telling you for over a year. And long before this past year, people have been saying this for decades, long before George Floyd's murder even happened. People have demanded this, wanting change, and that's still not enough. So again, think about it. What do you need to see? Do you need to see someone else die in front of you? Does it need to happen to you for you to accept it? Do you need to be the victim of police brutality? Do you need to be a loved one, a friend, a confidant needs to be assaulted by police for you to say enough is enough? What will it take? And I would love to hear the answer, because apparently people having guns pointed in their face is not enough. People being assaulted in parks are not enough. People being insulted in their home is not enough. So please think about what will it take.
That is time. Okay. So everyone's hand that is up has already spoken again and has been accommodated for additional time. So unless there's somebody who has not yet spoken. I don't see anybody.
I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Laura, can you please call the roll?
Councillor Dwight,
Yes.
Councillor Foster,
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay, I have to unmute you all. Councillor Foster, can you unmute? Should be able to now.
Yes. Councillor Jarrett,
Hold on. There you go.
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
and Councillor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, the hearing is closed. And
Move to adjourn.
we don't have any,
Second.
there's nothing else on the
No.
agenda, right? I can't pull it up just a second. Okay. Motion's been made by Councillor Foster, seconded by Councillor
I second it.
Dwight.
I was one of the seconds anyway.
Okay. Laura, roll call please on adjourning.
Councillor Foster,
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
Wait, hold up. Oh, we didn't hear you.
Councillor
Yes.
Maori, okay. Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
and Councillor Dwight.
Yes.
Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you all. And don't forget there is a meeting tomorrow. Okay.
All right.
Bye.